Test. Hello everyone, Drakoviche here, and today we're playing Oblivion Remastered, Part 11, and we're also going to be watching some debates. I only got one picked out so far, so maybe we'll have to find one later, another one, because this one's only a half hour long, but I'm gonna start it pretty much right away. I want to see this one. This is a good one. I think. I haven't watched it yet. This is genocide. Mehdi Hassan versus Major John Spencer on Gaza on the Piers Morgan show. So this is gonna be a debate. Mehdi Hassan is a I don't know his actual role, but I know he talks about, he's like a political commentator, and then Major John Spencer is an expert in warfare, like war crimes, for the criminality of immorality of war. I'm not really sure the exact title of, but he's a warfare expert, and he's a political commentator. I'm guessing Mehdi is probably on the side of Gaza, and John Spencer is probably defending Israel. So let's get into it.
A sane country does not attack civilians, does not kill babies as a hobby, and does not expel civilian populations.
The list of people who are responsible, Israel's not on it in my list. Hamas is on it.
I love it when John and Douglas Murray and these people say, oh, we've been on the ground in Gaza. Yeah, as guests of the Israeli military that's doing the killing, starving, and maiming.
Mehdi can probably go with Al Jazeera to the Hamas side.
Let's not play this credentials game, because John will lose, just like Douglas did on the Rogan show.
Mehdi, control yourself.
You don't actually give a shit about the people of Yemen and Sudan. Show me how many things you've written about Yemen and Sudan versus what I've written.
I actually don't give a shit about you.
Oh, control yourself, John.
The bombardment is wholly disproportionate. The civilian death toll and suffering is intolerable.
Was it in here? I
Violent
can't remember.
aid is unacceptable. These are not the words of democratic leaders about Putin's war on Ukraine.
I want to fix
but
my
those of the
TV.
UK, France, and Canada about Israel's ongoing offensive in Gaza. President Trump now says it's time for Netanyahu to wrap it up. Israel is allowing some aid to trickle into Gaza after an 11-week blockade, but aid workers say it's a drop in the ocean, and the US president has acknowledged that a lot of people in Gaza are starving. Shamefully, Hamas still holds 58 hostages and is watching the total destruction of Gaza and its people because it doesn't want peace and it doesn't value human life. It was increasingly difficult to argue that the exact same statement doesn't apply to Netanyahu's Israeli government. Israel's war on Hamas was not a genocide, but genocide isn't something that happens with the push of a button. A justified war can end with atrocities that stain humanity, as many have through history. So who is going to stop this one before it does, if it hasn't already? Well, joining me now is Mehdi Hassan, the editor-in-chief and CEO of Zatea, and retired Major John Spencer, chair of urban warfare studies at the Modern War Institute. Okay, let's get into this. Mehdi, welcome back to Uncensored. Listen, you and I have talked about this war in Gaza for ever since it started, this phase of the 75-year conflict. And I have resisted going as far as you have done in your criticism of the Israeli government. I resist no more. I think we've reached common ground about what we view is happening and has been happening through this period of this blockade, which frankly is just starvation of the people there, including so many innocent young women and children. And I think that the incessant bombing and killing, and we don't know how many civilians have been killed, but it is on a daily basis. It looks like hundreds of people every day, with no apparent attempt, it seems to me, to have any real plan for how this ends or what happens when it ends, other than if you look at what Smotrich has been saying, probably the most right-wing member of a very right-wing government, he is talking in a genocidal language about kicking all the Palestinians out. So I think you and I have reached a place in the last few weeks where we are in agreement. But my question for you...
Yeah, Pierce did start off on Israel's side, and now he thinks that they've gone too far. But I'm kind of against his view, because, like, I don't think I don't think anybody wants the killing to continue, but there's one side that is forcing it to continue happening, right?
For you, Mehdi, is how does this end?
I don't know the answer to that question, Piers, and I'm glad we're in agreement. I wish we
By having
I
hostages,
wish
that is.
I had been wrong, and you were right. I wish that a year ago when I said on your show, you
Oh god, Mehdi is wrong about everything. So to hear him say this is so cringe.
said, well, if it's not about the hostages, what's it about? And I said, it's about depopulating Gaza. It's about conquering Gaza. I wish I'd been wrong. But as you said, Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister in the Israeli government, said this week, we are there to conquer, cleanse, and remain. Those are his words. We are disassembling Gaza, he said. We are leaving it as piles of rubble. He says, we're doing something that no one's done in the world before. He bragged out loud, and he said, yes, the Gazans will have to leave. So all of those things are stuff some of us were saying last year. I wish we hadn't been vindicated in this horrific way. The killing is ongoing. The starvation is ongoing. And look, I do hope that a dam is bursting. You mentioned the genocide word. Shmuel Lederman, who is an Israeli researcher of genocide, spent much of 2024 saying it's not a genocide, it's not a genocide. He was interviewed by a Dutch newspaper last week. He said, I've changed my position. It is a genocide. He said, in my field, there's a consensus among genocide scholars that it's a genocide. In fact, that Dutch newspaper interviewed 7...
That's not true. I've seen lists of 50 or 60 legal experts, including this guy right here, who's going to fight back against what he's saying right now as a legal expert.
Leading scholars of genocide, every single one said, we think what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. In fact, this week, Piers, you have an Israeli former general, Yair Golan, saying a sane country does not attack civilians, does not kill babies as a hobby, and does not expel civilian populations. That is Yair Golan, the former deputy chief of the Israeli military, prominent Israeli politician. He was a hero on October the 7th, fought Hamas himself on October the 7th. This is what he said this week.
Okay, John Spencer, you've been kind of pulling a lot of faces there. You obviously don't agree. But given that so many allies of Israel are now raising massive alarm bells about what is happening, you can't be comfortable, surely, with what is going on in Gaza, are you?
Absolutely not. I think it's horrible. I think there are people suffering. I just am not misinformed on who is the cause of that suffering. That is
exactly
Israel. That war isn't a crime. War should be avoided at all costs, and Israel did that. And this war didn't start 75 years ago. This war started on October 7th when Hamas invaded Israel and tried to destroy and actually did genocidal acts. I agree that there's a lot of suffering happening in Gaza, and it's the list of people who are responsible. Israel's not on it in my list. Hamas is on it, and I actually have solutions. You asked Mehdi for a solution. I have solutions based on the history of war. Number one solution is to encourage Egypt to open the gate that they control and create a humanitarian zone. Let every woman, child, and elderly person out of Gaza, just like you and I have discussed in the past about Ukraine. 5 million women, children, elderly left Ukraine to escape Russia's evil and bombardments. That could be done today, and it's criminal that it hasn't happened today. Now, Mehdi uses experts, although I thought, credentialism and expert theory was a bad thing today. I've been on the ground, although I've heard that that's a bad thing as well. And what's missing here is, again, which is why I was shaking my head, is that you believe, based on statements of politicians that are not the actual government and the decision makers of the institution, that Israel is intentionally causing this harm. That's false as well. Point the finger at Hamas, as you've said in the past, Piers, and I'm sorry we've lost you. Maybe you and I can go to Gaza.
100%.
Well, yeah, well, actually, it's interesting. I mean, look, just on that, John, look, you haven't lost me. I still think Hamas is a terrorist organization which committed one of the worst terrorist crimes
oh my God,
of the last century. And they should absolutely no longer have any power in that region. They should absolutely be dismantled as a political force and the rest of it. I just see no evidence that Israel's mission statement to eradicate Hamas has worked. In fact, conversely, more and more reports are coming out that for every Hamas terrorist who's been killed, they're being replaced by 4 or 5 people who share that ideology. So the mission statement isn't working. And you say that Israel is not intentionally killing innocent people, but it knows it is killing a lot of innocent people. So its argument is we're going after Hamas, they're embedded in civilian populations, but they are killing a lot of innocent civilians every single day. And not just killing them, they're now starving them, which will also lead to death.
Hamas is starving them, you idiot.
Willful act of trying to kill people. Would you accept that?
The war criminal.
No.
No, not at all. No, I mean,
Starving people?
You can have your own opinions based on your assessment. Yeah, absolutely not starving people. So you're talking about the last 2 months of trucks not going in because Hamas was diverting it. Although the 42 days prior to that, 25,000 trucks went into Gaza. There is absolutely people hungry in Gaza. But Israel is not intentionally starving civilians. Is it trying to starve Hamas combatants in this war that was started on October 7th? No. The evidence doesn't show that.
That's what I've been saying.
Lies, damn lies of statistics, and using certain organizations that are using trusted agents. Here's a good, for instance, recently, Mehdi put on a British doctor in southern Gaza on his show. Maybe you've had him on, and he's talking about how bad the hospitals are. He's sitting in the European hospital in southern Gaza, where they just killed Mohammed Sinwar, who was in a tunnel underneath the hospital. This double standard about Israel, this double standard about war is problematic, Piers, and here's why. We're going to validate the practice of taking hostages. We're going to validate the use of your own population as human shields, because that's what Hamas is doing. Now, innocent civilians...
Dude, I can't kill Necromancer?
Of course,
Come on.
innocent civilians have died because Hamas does things like not let them evacuate when they're told to evacuate, like actually holding children in their arms while they shoot at the IDF. And again, we can go, and Mehdi can probably go with Al Jazeera to the Hamas side and look for ourselves on what you think Israel is trying to do. I also have like, well, what did you want Israel to do on October 7th? And had the world not stopped and done things like don't go to Rafah where the hostages are, where Yahya Sinwar is,
all right,
this war would be over by now.
Okay, I'll bring Mehdi to respond. I mean, the one thing I would say is Israel's ongoing refusal to allow international journalists to operate freely in Gaza is a suppression of us uncovering the reality. You say come into Gaza.
That's
actually
not true.
is
Fox News.
No, Israel
Trey Yanks,
Israel has
CNN.
barred almost every international journalist from getting anywhere near it. You know that, and I know that. And
When someone makes an absolute statement like that, usually it's not true. So I kind of want to look this up. Hold on. I will use Grok real quick. Actually, let's use Perplexity because that's for research. I'll keep this going though.
I'll be there for my sixth time.
It's unprecedented for international journalists to be banned in this way from a war zone. It's unprecedented, and it does beg the question, John, why? Now, Mehdi, your response to what John has said there. Now, everybody knows how much I enjoy my tea, and I'm very happy to say that today's show is sponsored by Peak's Pure Fermented Teas. These are not your average.
Okay, it's gathering resources now.
50-year-old wild trees in the Himalayan foothills, which are untouched by modern farming. No pesticides, no fertilizers, just nature at its best.
Oh my God, my own fucking thing's trying to kill me now.
Prebiotics, probiotics, and postbiotics.
You stupid ass
just
thing.
like the fermented foods found in longevity hotspots. It comes in crystal form, so there's no messing around. Just dissolve, sip, and feel the difference. It's trusted by health experts, including Casey Means.
Moan Jamora killed me, dude.
There's teas for all occasions, and they all support your gut health, metabolism, and cellular renewal. The next time you put the kettle on, ask yourself,
do I have a what's it called?
Hard as me.
Bear hammer.
Pure fermented teas for the gut.
No way.
And the longevity of a Himalayan monk. Get 20% off for life, plus a free frother and glass beaker with the Pure Bundle. Visit peaklife.com/peers. That's peak, P-I-Q-U-E, life.com/peers.
I can try to use the bow, I guess.
I mean, I don't know how I can respond. So much gaslighting from the very beginning. John has been on the ground in Gaza, yeah, as an embed. I love it when John and Douglas Murray and these people say, oh, we've been on the ground in Gaza. Yeah, as guests of the Israeli military that's doing the killing, starving, and maiming. And you've come back and done exactly what they wanted to do. You've done their propaganda for them. Journalists have not been allowed freely into Gaza. That's why every major media organization on planet Earth has said to the Israeli government, you must allow journalists in. The Palestinian journalists who are there have been killed in record numbers. Of course, Piers, you're right. They want to hide what they're doing. That's why they're killing the journalists there and blocking the journalists from coming in. This idea that he's been on the ground. Yeah, I did interview a doctor, a British plastic surgeon, Dr. Tom Patoka. And by the way, he wasn't in the European hospital because the hospital got bombed by Israel. So he was in another hospital, and he talked to me about how he has to treat patients who have maggots in their wounds. He has to treat patients without limbs. He has to treat children. I've interviewed multiple doctors on the ground in Gaza, actually in Gaza, not hanging around with Israeli military. And they've also...
The summons are so stupid sometimes. ones.
Doctors, Canadian doctors. They've all talked about how many kids they saw with sniper bullets to the head and chest. Israel does intentionally kill civilians. That's why Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant were indicted at the International Criminal Court for precisely those charges, for willful killing of Palestinians, for murder and persecution. That's why they've been indicted. That's why every human rights group in the world says war crimes are being committed. They've killed people holding white flags. We've seen it with our own eyes. They've bombed buildings without warning with families inside, like the Al-Dos family that I often cite in October 2023. They've dropped 2,000-pound bombs on refugee camps full of hundreds of people. They have killed 7 aid workers.
Why am I dropping them?
World Central Kitchen Aid Convoy. They've bombed World Food Program convoys, leading to Cindy McCain, the wife of the most pro-Israeli senator of my lifetime, to come out and condemn Israel for attacking aid workers. John wants you to ignore Cindy McCain and British and American doctors and human rights groups and your own lying eyes watching people with white flags being gunned down. He wants you to believe him and his Israeli military minders.
Okay, Mehdi, before we go back to John to respond.
So everything he said was bullshit there. Mehdi just makes shit up out of thin air. And you'll find one person that agrees with him, and then he'll just use that one person as his entire argument. So this is July 2024. More than 60 major news organizations, including CNN, BBC, Agence France Press, and Associated Press, signed an open letter calling on Israel to end immediate restrictions on foreign media entering Gaza. So restrictions. It's not that they're not allowed in at all, like Pierce keeps saying, and grant independent access. The letter highlights 9 months into war. International reporters are still being denied access. So in April 2024, they demanded Israel let them in. Foreign press filed an appeal with the Israel Supreme Court challenging the ban. There hasn't been a rule yet. So they do face severe restrictions, but they're not completely restricted. That's what I thought. I didn't think it was not allowed in. That's it, right?
To that. The question that he raised, and I think I've asked you this before, but I'm still curious about, given the way this has all played out.
Israel should let them in, though. I agree with him on that.
Yusuf being asked this on trigonometry last week, I think it was, and he struggled to answer. How should Israel have responded to a terrorist attack, which, just to remind viewers, over 1,200 people were murdered, nearly 7,000 more were wounded, over 250 people, including babies and Holocaust survivors, were kidnapped and taken hostage, and many of those have died. How should Israel have responded to the biggest attack on its people and its land since its existence?
My healing sucks ass. Holy shit, dude.
So there's no easy answer to that question, Piers, and you might not like the answer I give you, which is that Israel should have responded by abiding by international law, by sticking with the rules of armed conflict, by targeting only the people they believe carried out the crime. They should have used an international coalition of countries that was fully behind them. The majority of the world was behind Israel after the tragedy of October the 7th. And by the way, I have a
Mehdi wasn't, so he's just talking shit now.
Longer memory than maybe some people in this country. After 9/11, I got asked the same question. Well, what should we do if we don't bomb Afghanistan? What should we do if we don't go after bin Laden, etc.? How did that work out? 23 years later, your pal Donald Trump is taking pictures with the former leader of Al-Qaeda, who's still on a globally designated terrorist wanted list, right? That's where we came. The war on terror was a complete failure. And some of us who saw that, and by the way, Joe Biden even said this in one of his more coherent moments. He said Israel should learn from our lessons. Israel did not learn from the US lessons. And actually, even if you forget about all the innocent Palestinians they killed, even if you don't give a shit about the people of Gaza, even if you only care about the people of Israel, Israel's not any safer today. Israel is not winning this war. John said on Times Radio a year ago, I went back and checked, March of last year, John said, we're very close to winning. Israel's close to victory. Over a year later, they're not close to victory. They're just starving children and denying baby formula. And the former Israeli general who ran the...
How can you say that they're not close to victory? They're about to section off the entire of Gaza. Completely surrounded. You can't take anything this guy says seriously. And not only that, they're not stopping everything from coming in. They're still allowing all kinds of things in. You're just not allowed to have things that come in that are that can be used to make explosives. And the food that does come in is completely controlled by Hamas, like John Spencer said.
The Gaza division said a few months ago, Hamas is winning this war. So they've not made themselves any more secure. I don't have some perfect solution for what they should have done on October 7th, but I do think they shouldn't have killed 50 to 100,000 people, and they should have made themselves less secure. And by the way, the Prime Minister should have resigned because he's the one who let it happen on his watch.
Well, I certainly agree with that, and I do think there'll be a day of reckoning for Netanyahu. The problem is, John, that Netanyahu is facing corruption charges in a trial, which may well lead to his imprisonment if he's convicted. So there's no motivation for him to bring this to an end anytime soon. And listen, I agree with Mehdi. You know, this was supposed to have been a war that Israel, with its massively superior military, could have ended quite quickly. My question for you, John, you're a military expert, is when you look at the way that
it just drives me absolutely bonkers. Like, they could have ended quite quickly. Yeah, they could have dropped a fucking nuke on the place, and then there would have been nobody left, and they would have won instantaneously. But they're trying to do it to be more like in a morally or ethically way, right? So that they're not killing as little civilians as possible, because everybody's on their ass to stop killing civilians, including you. And then when they start doing that, and you're like, oh, it's taking too long now, right? It's just absolutely ridiculous that you keep saying this shit and blaming Israel when there's, like, it would be like after 9/11, not supporting America going into Iraq. That's what it would have been like. And you could say, oh, well, that's stupid because, America got fucked up in Iraq and all this shit. America would have did great if they had just been allowed to go in, kill those people, and get out. Not just that. They're being held back by the industrial war complex, and they're being held back by, and if you don't believe me, you can ask Donald Trump, because he tells the story about how he got it done in 2 weeks because they were just not doing it right. So there's a lot more nuance to this than what they're saying, and they're being completely unfair. Drives me crazy.
That Israel went after Hezbollah with that extraordinary pager attack
yes,
from 3,000 members of Hezbollah. You think if you've got the capability to do that through Mossad and your other agencies, there were only 25,000 Hamas terrorists, we believe, at the start of this war. Why could they not have deployed similar sophisticated technology in a way that did not involve the mass slaughter of so many civilians in a place where the population is 50% under 18?
Sure. I mean, not to say that experts are a good thing, but Mehdi has said he doesn't know much about military affairs, but he does talk about it a lot. So in your question, it's pretty easy to answer, is that it's a clear sign that Israel did disengage from Gaza. And the human intelligence that was required to pull off a historic pager operation against Hezbollah
sell some stuff
couldn't
now.
be replicated because Israel didn't have that level of intelligence in Gaza, because it had disengaged and allowed Hamas to build this, what is a military challenge no military has faced in the history of really any war. And the fact that Hezbollah did let the civilians get out of southern Lebanon as the war began against them is a telling marker of why people can't understand what's going on in Gaza. Now, you didn't ask me the question of what Israel should have done, because I actually teach urban warfare at this scale. I've actually studied the history of urban warfare from Stalingrad to Fallujah, Mosul, Mawar, you name it. And when I said those statements...
Okay, so he's not a legal expert. He's a warfare history expert, I guess.
...on Time Radio, if the world would have allowed Israel to continue, 5 divisions going heavy against Hamas, moving civilians out of harm's way, we'd be in a different place. And this hypocrisy of the numbers, right? So there's 3 types of lies, damn lies, and statistics. There's been 85,000 children under the age of 5 who have died from starvation in Yemen since the Yemen civil war. I don't see protests and I don't see daily coverage on what's going on in Yemen, where there's 2 million people actually starving. So I actually
and Syria and Sudan and South Africa.
We know what is possible to achieve the goals that Israel said, and I've interviewed Prime Minister Netanyahu myself. The goals haven't changed, and they are
And probably more that I don't know about because mainstream media doesn't tell anybody anything.
achievable, and if you don't achieve them, you're only going to continue the cycle of violence. And had the world not stopped Israel back when they said, don't go to Rafah, you can't use big bombs against people in tunnels. This is crazy on what we're setting the standard for. This Israeli standard for war, if it continues, any nation trying to defend itself after being an attempted actual genocide against its people won't be able to. So I'm saying that Israel has done more to protect civilians in war, even when Hamas...
Super dangerous precedent to set, because now when a country gets attacked, they're going to have to be stepping on eggshells just to fight back, which is ridiculous. And you know what? That's not going to happen unless it's about Jews, because half of this story that nobody tells you is there's a lot of people out there that don't like Jewish people. And that's why they're making this issue a big issue.
Who uses human sacrifice is trying to get civilians killed. And they say this isn't John Spencer's word. Israel's done more to protect civilians than any other military in any comparable situation against something that nobody has seen as this evil of Hamas.
But if you're right, John, if you're right, why are so many of Israel's allies now turning on Israel? Why is the UK calling it?
Okay, so I read all the statements. A lot of people just like skim over it and they're like, oh, this is what it means. But you have to actually read it. Canada, UK, and France, I think were the three countries, right, that came out and said that they are in favor of working with the United States, Egypt, and Qatar to stopping the war in Gaza. But they also said, this is the part where they screwed up. They also condemned Israel's actions and all that stuff. They shouldn't have said that. They should have just said they're going to try to end the war, get all the hostages back, and all that stuff. That would have been a way better statement, right? And try to put some pressure on Hamas to keep up the hostages and make peace and all that stuff. But instead, they emboldened Hamas to continue, and then the talks failed. I don't know how people don't understand this. It's just so simple. Like, especially after it happens more than once. Like, it happens once, okay. You made a mistake. I get it. It keeps happening over and over. And you people still don't understand what's happening. It's mind-boggling.
Morally unjustifiable. Why is the UK, France, and Canada combined to say they strongly oppose the expansion of Israel's military operations in Gaza? The level of human suffering is intolerable. They call for the release of the remaining hostages. Of course they should be released, but they say this escalation by Israel is wholly disproportionate. Donald Trump didn't even visit Netanyahu when he went to the Middle East for the week, right? All these things are adding up to me to a collective view by Israel's allies that they are losing the support of the people they should normally most rely on. So, you know, you're very confident everything they're doing is completely justified, but their own main allies are not.
Interesting.
Well, I think each ally should ask their own militaries and their experts within their country, like the UK. Why don't you ask Sir Andrew Roberts what the UK military would have done had that happened on UK soil? Because I can tell you what the United States would have done, and they would have also answered with overwhelming. You keep using disproportionate. Actually, that's not right. Proportionality against the value of the military target. And I view my survival of my country very proportional. And what we would have done in the United States had an evil organization crossed our border, killed, raped, beheaded, taken hostages, we would have responded immediately with overwhelming force to ensure not one rocket came out of enemy territory until you made the enemy recognize that they aren't going to win and that they're going to lose. That's how you win a war.
Well, but hang on. Okay, but before we go to Mehdi, hang on. Before you go, I go to Mehdi for a response. I mean, Mehdi articulated earlier the problem with that theory, which is after 9/11, which was the worst attack on American mainland since anyone could remember, that after that, they did launch a massive bombardment of Afghanistan. And where did that get America? In the end, it got America to a place where it left with its tail between its legs, with a load of people being killed on live
Oh, I'm sorry. How many buildings got destroyed afterwards? How many buildings fell after they did that? And and Saddam Hussein went into hiding, you say? Oh, so it actually did work.
Television, horrific scenes, a betrayal of many people who had helped America during
Idiots.
that war. And you cannot point to that and say there was any great victory. And this is the problem with what's going on in Gaza now. What does victory now look like? Because it's not going to lead to the removal of Hamas as an entity. And it looks like support for Hamas has grown, not deteriorated. So I don't understand what victory looks like other than what Smodrich has been saying, which is actually what it looks like is all.
I think it's pretty crazy that people think like you can't take down an organization and stop them permanently. Oh, really? So where are the fascists? Where are the Nazis? They were infinitely more powerful than Hamas. And you don't see any of those going marching around here no more, do you? That's because you actually can dismantle an organization permanently and forever. And you don't radicalize people. If you radicalize people, look at Germany. How come everybody's not a fucking Nazi now? In Japan, how come everyone is not an imperialist Japanese anymore? Because it doesn't happen like this. This is all bullshit that they're making up. It's all propaganda that they read on fucking Twitter for some retards in the Middle East.
All the Palestinians gone. The Israel go in, clear them out, and they take over the land. Well, that, I'm afraid, whether you like it or not, John, is actually one of the definitions of a genocide, the expulsion of a people based on its ethnicity. Mehdi, your response?
So, yeah, a lot's been said there. Thank you for coming back to me. First of all, let me just deal with this credentials game that I know John and his friend Douglas Murray love to play these days about military, who knows more about this or that. John runs his mouth on a variety of topics. I've seen him talk about, in fact, just today he's talked about war crimes, international law, who's breaking international law. Last time I checked, John is not a lawyer. The International Criminal Court has indicted Netanyahu and Gallant for war crimes and crimes against humanity. The former Jewish president of the of the tribunals for Yugoslavia and Rwanda says Netanyahu should be indicted for war crimes and crimes against humanity. So let's just, we're going to play the expert game. John's not an expert on genocide. The actual genocide experts, the president of the International Association of Genocide Scholars says Gaza is a genocide. The leading Israeli scholars of the Holocaust, Omer Bartov-Brown, Amos Goldberg at Hebrew University, say Gaza is a genocide. John's not an expert on targeting terrorists. The guy who led the attack on ISIS, the American Master Sergeant Wes Bryant, has said John doesn't know what he's talking about. So let's not play this credentials game.
Experts are stupid. Listen to my expert. You're not an expert.
John will lose, just like Douglas did on the Rogan show. Let's talk about substance. John said a year ago,
Douglas did not lose.
we're close to winning. He talked about not being allowed into Rafah. Rafah has been destroyed. Have you looked at any pictures recently? It's flattened. You don't need to go there with the IDF to see that they flattened Rafah. They flattened most of Gaza, and they still have not won, quote unquote. It's absurd to say that Israel was held back. Is this the new stab in the back? This is the new bullshit defense. The former Israeli ambassador to the United States said recently, thank God Joe Biden was president while this was going on. He gave us every
God, listening to him gives me a fucking headache. He's so stupid. I gotta like process everything he's saying and dismantle it in my brain and then realize like what the lie is. And like it's just so much work to listen to his stupidity.
everything we wanted. He never asked us to stop. He never asked for a ceasefire. America gave Israel everything it wanted, and they went ahead and decided to, you talk about killing Hamas commanders. They dropped two 2,000-pound bombs on October the 31st, 2023, on the Jabalia refugee camp, killing over 100 people to kill one guy, Ibrahim Biari, who wasn't even there, a Hamas commander. They killed over 100 people with...
Not true. There was munitions in the tents, and they blew up the munitions, and the munitions blew up and killed 100 people.
Two 2,000-pound bombs, which incinerate everyone within 100 square feet and damage everyone within 1,000 square feet. That is not targeted warfare. That is not proportionate. That is not legal. And we've seen that play out now over 20 months. And as you said at the start of the show, as I said, the dam is breaking. The Spanish Prime Minister has said Israel is a genocidal state. The Brits, the French, the Canadians that have backed everything Israel done, Britain continues to arm Israel, are saying this is intolerable. Donald Trump, as you've said, Piers, wants this done, wants this over, isn't a fan of Netanyahu. Not that I have any trust in Trump to do any of the right thing. And I think the reality is, look, everyone can see with their own eyes, there's no justification ever for starving people since March the 2nd, to not allow baby formula and diapers in.
Tell that to Hamas, you retard.
Support that. And John's very smart. He's very eloquent. He comes on here, talks with stats, cites law. Back in Israel, the Israeli politicians and the Israeli journalists are saying openly genocidal things. They are saying everyone in Gaza is our enemy. They are saying we're going to get rid of everyone from Gaza. They are saying Gazan babies are not innocent. That's what they say on Israeli television, if anyone bothers to watch.
Yeah, and actually, John, there was a piece of Jewish news in the UK published yesterday, which was without a doubt the most critical piece I have read by a mainstream Jewish newspaper in this country ever. And it was very critical of the Israeli government and its strategy. So I think this idea that what they're doing, the government, has widespread support now from Israelis or Jewish people globally, I think is actually beginning to be proven wrong. I think there's a lot of uprisings now of people saying enough, because they can see there's no end game.
There's people in Gaza and trying to fight back, resist the government, protest the government, like the Hamas government, and they're being shot and tortured and silenced. And instead of showing their plight and helping the actual Palestinians, these people are virtue signaling and pretending like they're morally superior because they're telling Israel that they're doing the wrong thing. But they never mention Hamas is doing the wrong thing or Hamas is taking the food or none of this shit, right? It's just all anti-Israel shit.
No one really on the Israeli government side has explained what is going to happen when this
I need a drink, 1 sec.
or indeed what victory looks like. And I just don't understand it. I mean, look, you're a war expert. If you don't have a victory, what happens?
So you have continued war. So this is, I mean, there was a lot there that Mehdi talked about. And if you have to quote a master sergeant as your expert, as you're trying to say that I'm not an expert, or the other people that you list, while you're saying I'm not an expert,
he's the guy who literally, led the effort to kill ISIS.
Yeah.
But okay.
Don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you. But you're not an expert. Fine. I'm not an expert. Fine. But history, the military tactics, you say, Piers, what does victory look like?
Yeah.
Exactly the standards. Every hostage brought home. Hamas not in power, both military or political power in Gaza, and there's something else. Now you have actual, great, quote, Israeli press. That's the beauty of a free press. People can say what they want and get it published. You have people voting with their feet in Gaza right now saying, Hamas, we don't want Hamas. What you have, what victory looks like. Now I can tell you historically what it has ever looked like and what did it take to defeat another military. Take the Korean War. 2 million civilians died in the Korean War. 54,000 civilians a month for every month of that war. Do we call that a genocide? Do we call it illegal? No. Israel does follow the law of war and goes way beyond the legal obligations, like feeding the enemy's population, because as of right now, trucks are rolling in, even though they've tried to figure out a plan to get the food away from Hamas. And again, point the finger at Hamas, point the Mehdi, control yourself. Open the gate to Egypt, create the biggest displaced person camp just on the other side of the gate, and get the women, the children, and the elderly out of harm's way, and then destroy Hamas. That's victory, so that it never threatens Israel again. Go to Sir Andrew Roberts on the history of when you start a war, when you lose a war, you actually do lose the right to govern your population. You do lose the right to subjugate your population.
Yeah, I need these.
The billionaires in Qatar don't care how many people in Gaza are dying.
Okay, Mehdi, final word to you.
I mean, look, we can argue about what victory looks like. We can also argue that a victory shouldn't involve a genocide, right? That's been my consistent position from the beginning. Don't kill civilians. Don't intentionally harm civilians. When the former head of the Israeli military,
it's impossible.
The defense minister, not some lefty, not some anti-Semite, Moshe Yaalon says last week, we're doing ethnic cleansing. We're sending our soldiers to commit war crimes. We're losing touch with our Jewish values. That's what Moshe Yaalon, a hawk, the former head of the Israeli military, said last week. There's a reason he's saying that, and there's a reason John Spencer doesn't want to engage with that, because Israeli generals are saying it themselves. We've turned killing kids into a hobby. The world can see. I thought we're not interrupting, John. The world can see what Israel is doing. Israeli generals can see. And by the way, one last point, please don't go and invoke Yemen to score your points. I think I've spoken and written more about Yemen than you ever have. People like you only ever come along and cite Yemen and Sudan to defend Israel. You don't actually give a shit about the people of Yemen and Sudan. Show me how many things you've written about Yemen and Sudan versus what I've written about Yemen and Sudan.
Okay.
I actually don't give a shit about you. I care about civilians.
Oh, control yourself, John.
Thank you, gentlemen. We nearly got there without going ad hominem, but we fell at the final hurdle. But it was an interesting debate. Thank you both very much. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy
Piers. Okay, let's find something else.
Subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Let's see what we got here.
Show Mark
To do what? I want something recently. All right, we'll watch the Diddy one, I guess.
The Punisher.
Whatever works best for you.
Actually, you know what? Screw the Diddy one. I don't really care about a debate about Diddy. Let's see, debate. All right, let's watch this one, even though
We are now dealing.
So I just want to make... I know a lot of people like Steven Crowder, and I would like him a lot more too if I wasn't a Canadian. But he talks a lot of shit about Canada, including the Canadian people. And we're not all liberals. Like, obviously, over half the country, or half the country at least, is conservative. And, well, part of the country is apolitical. So, but still, when he talked, like, I watched the stream a couple times. Every time I go under, like, one time he was even talking shit about Newfoundland. So, no one ever talks about Newfoundland. But he was talking shit about Newfoundland. He's talking shit about Canada. I watched 3 of his streams, 3 of his streams, 3 in a row, talking shit about where I live. Right? Third stream, I finally told him to go fuck himself in chat. Instantly muted permanently from his chat. Instantly. And this guy is a self-described free speech absolutist. Okay? So right off the bat, he's full of shit. Okay? I think he's funny. I think he makes some good points sometimes. But he's a hypocrite. He doesn't follow his own ideals.
We are now dealing with the reaction and not with the action that has led to it.
Oh, and before we get into this, I just wanted to say, during this debate, supposedly Piers Morgan censors part of this debate, or part of it gets edited out. So there's a bit of controversy where Crowder got mad at Piers afterwards. Now, people get mad at Piers all the time, so. But I still think he's a hypocrite, so I'm on Piers' side there.
We are now dealing with the reaction and not with the action that has led to it. When you're a white person in this country and it's, hey, you don't know the lived experience, but I know yours. When it's, hey, if you move into an area, that's gentrification. But if you leave, it's white flight. It's, hey, sit down and shut up, and then it's silence is violence.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he's talking about other people being hypocritic, but he's also hypocritical sometimes, so. But he makes good points.
The way to win is not to play, and so people aren't even talking.
Here you are, to me, I say this respectfully, sounding like a paid-up member of the woke right.
Let's talk real accountability for actions and not false accountability for words.
It's not the smoking gun that we think. White people don't.
I don't think Crowder is the woke right, but I think that he plays into their narrative in order to get views sometimes. But I mean, that's just how the game works.
Don't lie about using the N-word. They lie about not using the N-word.
And the prescription is
What matters is what he says.
More dialogue and doing so in good faith rather than this word whack-a-mole that we're playing in this country.
When I challenged self-professed racist podcaster Lily Gaddis to show her true white supremacist colours during an uncensored debate a few weeks ago, it's fair to say it all kicked off.
I want to live in a country where people are allowed to say what they want unashamedly, and you will
Well, go
not
on then,
have
say
free-
it. Say
You
the
will
M.
not have
Go on,
free
say.
speech.
Go on, say the M word. Go on.
No.
hang on.
Invite, no.
No.
I don't want you to invite this woman to say a racially harmful term in front of me, because I'm the only on here. So if
Okay, so this is what Byron Gates face. So this is where I stand on this, all right? You can't tell white people or anybody to not say the N-word and then go around calling people crackers. Okay? That's number one. Number two, we're either all allowed to say it or nobody's allowed to say it. So if you got black people going around saying it with the A at the end instead of the R at the end, that's just as bad as with the R at the end. Okay? Nobody should say it. Period. End of story. It's not your word. It's our word. We created it. So you just took it back. And I understand that. But I'm going to tell you right now, if we can't say it, you can't say it either. Simple as that. And that's not fair, then you might be a racist.
she says it, I'm the victim of it.
Well, the fallout from that segment went viral, provoking debate from the big names online, including one Stephen Crowder, who called me out for being completely disingenuous for my challenge to racist Gaddis.
Big difference. So that challenge is not genuine. I do think that people shouldn't lose their livelihood or be condemned to racist for the rest of their life because they use a word in a context where there is no hate. That is not represented in the challenge of citing
I crashed.
just because you want to say it to black people. And then you have Mark Lamont Hill, who I've been on him with Reddit. He was always very nice to me. I mean, there's nothing more emasculating or self-emasculating than saying, someone will say a word and I will be the victim.
Well, I thought it was only fair and useful to have this out with Mr. Crowder, man to man. Of course he agreed, because he's a man. In a moment, we'll get Mark Lamont Hill's response to it as well. But first, Stephen Crowder. All right, Stephen Crowder, you're giving it to me. I think I'm the innocent pawn in the whole saga here. I'm just the one sitting here listening to a very, very unpleasant young white woman being deliberately racist, unashamedly racist, wants us to think she's a racist.
She wasn't that bad. I listened to it.
And when you talk about context of
Fucking
using the
peers,
N-word,
dude.
she is using it in that context.
You know what's
No
offensive?
problem with it being used by Shiloh Hendricks.
You know what's offensive? It's what Pierce just said. That's what's offensive.
She has no problem with saying it. And my only point in challenging her to say it on air was, well, go on then. If you're going to be that brazen, let's see if you're actually prepared to do it. And it turned out she wasn't. Over to you.
If I was her in that position, I would have said it.
I want to be really clear about one thing. At no point in this conversation am I implying, insinuating in any way that you are racist, because I know how much of a powder keg this can be. Two white people, in our case, especially with you, two very white people discussing this topic. The point that I was making, and I believe I said low down dirty trick. I don't think I just said disingenuous. And it's not about you with that specific person. It's about say the N-word. Say the N-word. And we've seen this used quite a bit. And the issue that I have here is I don't want to live in a society. Now, I'm not super familiar with this lady, okay? If you say she's a racist, I'll take your word for it.
Well, she admitted it. She admitted it.
Okay. But we live in a society where right now the racism issue and we're
I think everyone is racist. The difference is not like the difference is how you deal with it, right? So some people are just going to be like mean to someone they don't like a race they don't like, because of something they think. But like if you think something like, say, immigrants from a certain country are more prone to violent crimes, that's not racist. Yo, what's up, Slumcat? We're watching a provocative Morgan Pierce debate.
Words are being thrown down as landmines as someone is walking in reverse. And you can look at, for example, I think we're all adults, context, and the level of affront, which is what I was addressing there with Dr. Mark Lamont.
I'm ready to be provoked. I just did, they just had a debate between John Spencer and Mehdi Hassan over whether it's a genocide in Israel. So I just went through that. That was pretty provoking. And now, I don't know if you've seen... I do. I hate that guy too. And he was so... what's the word? Conceited. And then Piers Morgan is now on Mehdi Hassan's side. He thinks Israel's gone too far. So then he was backing him up too during the debate. And then John Spencer was just dismantling everything they said. Oh, it was so good. But like, I'm not even gonna get into it again. We just did that for a half hour, but you should watch it. And this one, the episode before this episode, Piers had they were talking about racism, and there was a woman who was filmed saying the N-word to a little kid because a pedophile in the park filmed it, and nobody gave a shit that there was a pedophile in the park. They only gave a shit that the woman said the N-word, which I thought was funny. Well, this is the response. So Steven Crowder actually made a video, this video here, if you can see it, where he was saying Pierce is trying to provoke people on purpose, but like yelling at that chick to say the N-word during that episode. So now they're going to discuss it.
Hill, who's been very much a gentleman with me, and I'll determine the level of authenticity as to that offense. I think we're adults and we can have context. I don't think that there are boogeyman words. I think context matters more. I think that we as a society right now are canceling livelihoods over someone saying a word and permitting reprehensible behavior in the form of crime, in the form of the protests that we have seen in the last recent years. And I think I'd like a society where we are hard on actions and forgiving on words, and certainly in the context of adulthood, able to understand it.
Okay, so look, a large part of what you've just said, I completely agree with. I do think language has been weaponized. I hate cancel culture. I think it's the epitome of woke bullshit, etc., etc. But rather like with free speech itself, when people say that free speech is unlimited, it's actually not unlimited. I mean, you could say whatever you want right now. It doesn't mean you won't be held accountable by others for what you say. So everything has consequence, right?
And that's not free speech. The whole concept of free speech is you can say whatever you want and not getting consequence for it. Unless it's violence. That's the only thing. Incitement to violence. And incitement to violence has to be a when and a where. At least with the American law.
I would never restrict your ability to say what the hell you like. That's fine. But there are limitations. The First Amendment in the United States Constitution is one of the most protective shields to free speech anywhere in the world. And yet it has a number, as you know, of exclusions of things that are not covered by the First Amendment. So I think this this whole kind of when people say, well, anything goes, well, it actually doesn't anything go.
Well, hold on a second, like what?
Well,
like what exclusions? Because I think we need to define it. Like what exclusions? Are you going to do the fire in a crowded theater thing?
No, I'm going to do.
If
you look up the First Amendment and look at the exclusions, you know, pedophilia, pornography, things like that are not covered by First Amendment protection rights.
That's not speech. That's not speech. That's where you're conflating freedom of speech and freedom of expression, which many Democrats have done in the name of modern art.
I'm talking about exclusions to the First Amendment protection.
We were just talking. Sorry, we were just talking about freedom of speech. Pedophilia has nothing to do with speech.
Well, if someone was trying to lure a child, it would have something to do with speech. Yes.
Defamation is not protected by the First Amendment. Did you know that?
Well, actually, your ability to criticize someone is. The ability to lie about someone knowingly to cause damage is not. Again, this is an action. It's not about speech that offends people. And so I think we're largely on the same page.
Hang on. Oh, that's an interesting point. Hang on, Steve.
I think it's funny because I was just saying to the rest of the audience that this guy right here Steven Crowder. I watched 3 of his videos, 3 of his streams. First stream, he was talking shit about Newfoundland. Second stream, talking shit about Canada. Third stream, talking shit about Canadians. So I told him to go fuck himself in the chat, and he perma muted me the first time I said fuck you. Perma muted, and then he's talking about how he's a free speech absolutist now.
Because look, if you lie, you're still exercising the right. But if you deliberately, willfully lie about somebody and cause them harm and damage that can be established in a court of law, and you are found guilty of defamation, you can't use the First Amendment as protection. We agree on that, right?
Of course.
Yeah, banning people in chat is gay as fuck all around. Yeah, I would make the only exception I would make is if someone was spamming something constantly, like a bot or something. But other than that, like if someone's telling you to go fuck yourself because of something you said in the chat, it's like, well. But that being said, like if someone was in this chat right now and he was talking shit to me 24/7, and he was the only one in the chat, I would probably block him. But I don't sit around here and say that I'm a free speech absolutist. That's the difference, right? if you're a streamer and let them say anything, yeah, I pretty much do let them say anything. To a degree. The only trouble I've ever had is with people coming in here and trying to like, hey, you want to buy viewers? Here's a link. You know, like that's just really annoying.
I understand that. That's not speech. That's not the point of the speech, right? For example, if I say, and I'm not saying this, let's say Kanye West's recent single, right?
This is going to be a good one.
Problem. It's offensive. I think we would both agree that it's borderline, at least anti-Semitic. Would we agree on that?
Sorry, just say that again. I can be sure what you're saying.
Kanye West's recent song, right? His recent banger. We both agree it's at least on the line of anti-Semitic, right?
Yeah, I don't
think that anyone out there.
Yeah, listen. I think that a guy who has spent the last year is bestowing the virtues of Adolf Hitler and the Nazis, who's been selling swastika. But I think it's an important clarification.
Okay, I agree with you.
I'll tell you why. Because he would argue that the actual words of the record are not anti-Semitic, right? And it's
Sure.
hard. But the fact he's got millions of people running around chanting
the title is kind of
to me is an extreme form of anti-Semitism by a man who knows what he's doing.
I agree with you. Okay, I just wanted a yes or no because I wanted to get to the point. But I agree with you.
It's complicated simply
not
because
that complicated. It is
it's complicated
right?
because the actual.
It is interesting to think about, but
are not anti-Semitic. He's trying to be clever, and I don't think we should give him the pass.
Okay, I agree. I'm trying to create a really blatant.
I'm the wrong person to ask because I think everything he makes is stupid. Like I don't really like. I like some music, but it has to be like very tasteful and like done well. Like I like an orchestra, like that kind of thing. But when it's just someone like mumble rapping or something, like I just think it's so stupid.
Obvious analogy here to make a point. So we both agree that it's anti-Semitic. I think it's bad. I think saying Hail Hitler is bad. Okay. That is not, however, a violation in any way. Your First Amendment protects it. Now saying I would like to, I am calling you to enact what Hitler has enacted.
I don't think that Kanye's song should have been banned off every platform. Maybe those platforms could have made a decision. Like the law, like the government's law shouldn't have forced them to remove it. I'm not sure if it did or if it didn't. They have the right to remove it from their own platforms if they so wish, which they probably did because there's a lot of Jewish people out there, right? So it's hard to say. They might have all just made a decision to remove it. And it might actually be protected under free speech laws. And it would be interesting because I got a feeling that Kanye is probably going to bring that to court now or something. That would be some case.
That's a call to action. Defamation requires damages. And I want to get to this because this does matter. Okay? When we're talking about this new song, and as a comedian and as a linguist, I'm going to say the word here so that everybody knows, and that's what you're going to clip. We're looking at words that are offensive, a song that is offensive, but one is a boogeyman word. We have one noun, a verb, and a noun. Okay, we have a noun by itself, contextual.
So my feeling is almost the same as if people should be allowed to say the N-word. It's either we all are allowed to say it or no one's allowed to say it. So if you're banning the Hail Hitler song, you should also ban every song that has the N-word in it. Right?
Actually, that's bad. Shouldn't say it, but it's not imbued with any power outside of historical context. The last noun, Hitler.
More than I'd usually pay.
What N-word? You know what N-word. The one with the hard R and the one with the A.
That's a fair deal.
Hitler is imbued with the power of the verb that precedes it. Hail, to praise, to venerate. That'll get clipped, even though I'm condemning the song as anti-Semitic and not
Almost
one
sold out.
person here who would be the victim of a more severe call
That's a
to
fair
action.
deal.
The slur for black people, the N-word. Any racial word. We shouldn't be allowed to say cracker either. Like if you're gonna stop people from saying racially motivated words, like even something like Hail Hitler, which both words by themselves aren't even bad words. Well, maybe hail is,
That's a
but
good
I doubt it. Then you have to remove it from all speech because we need to be colorblind, right?
You got a great deal there. A fine transaction.
Or you allow everyone to say what they want. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You either take away all the words or you let everybody say whatever they want. All merchants of the world now have 500 gold available. Ooh. Very nice. Now I can do stuff like this. Actually, no, I can't.
Tell your friends about me. Good day.
Hold on, let me get back into this.
Is going to say it's anti-Semitic. I think we're in a silly point in this country when we're polling this clip to condemn the anti-Semitism here at the studio. And
Yeah, I agree. If you start banning all these words, you're going to make them more powerful. And not only that, if you allow some people to say them and other people to not say it, that also makes it more powerful. The whole reason why there is no racial, well, there is racial slurs to white people, but like actually the slur cracker is actually meant for a certain group of people in America living in certain states that are, they like, you know, they live a certain way, right? They call them crackers. It's not all white people, it's certain white people. But there is, I don't even know if there is a racial term for all white people, but the reason why there isn't is because we don't care what they say, right? So maybe there was at one point, but it's lost its meaning because nobody gives a shit what it means, right?
That seems a fair price.
Words only have meaning if you give them meaning.
You've made a
and people going, hey, can I get a second cut of that
You've
N-word,
made a good
Hail
go.
Hitler? That's the point. It's not genuine.
Would you have used the N-word in the way that you just did if you had a black guest with you?
Excellent bargain.
Like Dr. Hill? Sure.
You would?
That's a fair
Sure.
deal.
And here's the challenge again.
It's not a
This
challenge.
is the
no.
point, right?
No,
We're
I
trying
think
to
you're
use
missing.
this as a tool. It's
I think
great
you
for
actually. I
broadcast,
think
but
you.
bad
I think.
for the
Hang on,
bad
Stephen.
for
I
the
think
bad
both
for the country.
I think both you and Mark Lamont Hill missed the point of what I was doing there. There was no preconceived idea of mine to do that. I just felt that she was being very cowardly. I felt she was saying, of course I would say it, but I very much doubted she would actually say it. In other words, I thought a lot of it was performative racism. She's an unashamed
I agree.
racist, openly admitted it to, but I didn't think she would actually go through and say it in the way she claimed she would say it.
But do you agree-
Because I
do you
thought
agree
she
with
was,
the point that
I
I'm
thought she
making?
was a sniveling little coward. So it was really calling out her cowardice. Was what I was trying to do.
Sure.
But I accepted when Mark Lamont Hill said, do not do that, I thought about it very quickly and thought he's right. He's right. It looks too performative,
But
and he objected
do you agree with
to
the
it.
point that I'm making, Pierce? Do you understand the point? Again, as a linguist, when you look at that,
Yeah.
context matters. And if someone is going to say, or try to, by the way, attribute any hatred or malice in someone's, it is incumbent upon them to prove it. In your instance, I understand it. In this
So
one,
what,
Facts.
so what about, all right, listen. So what about Shiloh Hendricks?
Fine,
who
if
is
you can get
caught
these.
on camera repeatedly using the N-word, says it to a 5-year-old kid, right? And is now getting hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe even millions now, I haven't checked, in charity
Very
donations
nice.
backing her. A, do you support what she did on that bit of footage?
I think resistance makes a huge difference in this game when you're on master. It's kind of like playing on hell on Diablo.
Tax day has passed, but for millions of who missed announcement is stop call clash direct.
I don't think that someone should scream the N-word at a child any more than I think a grown adult should call a child a piece of shit. Now, I do think that if you're
So like the whole argument with that video, right? She shouldn't call the little kid an N-word. So I agree. She shouldn't have called the little kid an N-word. Also, the little kid shouldn't have been unaccompanied in a park. The little kid shouldn't have been rummaging through someone's diaper bag. A pedophile shouldn't have been allowed to film him. So the real question is, where's this child's parents? And why weren't they protecting him? But instead, everybody is jumping on her, making her not safe. She has to move now with her children because everybody doxed her. She set up a GoFundMe and made $650,000 to move because this is a response to that kid that stabbed that other kid at the track meet, and he made $500,000 or something. So now now it's a race war for funding like GoFundMes that are racially motivated, right? So it's a big shit show. But I think that in that video where she calls a little kid the N-word, the worst thing that happened there is there's a pedophile in the park from another country filming a child, and then he tells off the woman for calling him the N-word, the kid that he's following around. And no one gives a shit that there's a pedophile in the park. Nobody. That blows my fucking mind.
You're talking about the money raised. We are now dealing with the reaction and not with the action that has led to it. I was raised, and I want to be clear about this, and I know I'll be told that I don't know anything about the Black experience, so I'm not saying...
Let's go back to this place.
Watch this and say you couldn't possibly know. In
Arcane University.
America. By the way, largely Canada. The most recognizable faces on Earth. Michael Jordan, Mike Tyson, Michael Jackson. Okay, that one's a half one. The point is, our greatest export was culture in America, celebrated our Black celebrities. I didn't think about watching Fresh Prince or Urkel with my close Black friends. But today, when you look at this, this is a reaction to white people, and this is important. And if you want to know what the reaction is, look at Gen Z voting males, in particular Hispanic males, who we've been told, including by Dr. Hill, should be natural allies of the Black community.
Whoa.
When you're a white person in this country and it's, hey, you don't know the lived experience, but I know yours. When it's, hey, if you move into an area, that's gentrification, but if you leave, it's white flight. It's, hey, sit down and shut up, and then it's silence is violence. It's, hey, you can't use empirical and make an argument about neighborhoods regarding crime data, but you also can't say you have a Black friend, which, by the way, is a completely legitimate defense against racism. The only way to win is not to play, and so people aren't even talking. And I want to make...
So, I don't know if you know this, Steven Crowder is the change my mind guy. He's the one who came up with that. He used to sit outside and get people to try to change his mind, right? At the universities. He was also one of the original YouTubers, basically. And he got kicked off of YouTube for because he used to make, kind of like racist jokes or whatever. And I'm not really sure exactly what he got kicked off for, but he ended up going to Rumble. And now he's one of the biggest live stream creators in the world on Rumble. Even though he's kind of hypocritical at some of his points, he does make some really good points.
Make one last point. I do a segment on this show called Black and White and the Gray Issues, where I will, as Dr. Hill does, go into barbershops, go into Black neighborhoods, and discuss these issues with them. And not once has anyone accused me of a whiff of racism. What white people are afraid of in this country, and the reason they're not having a dialogue, is the game of telephone and someone in the media telling a community that they should be experiencing an affront. And that leads to more racial division. It doesn't end anywhere good.
Okay, but let me respond to that.
It's not accountability. It's false outrage.
If you don't mind me saying, you're being slightly distracting from the actual story, which to me should be an open and shut case. Whether you're on the left or the right, it should not be difficult to watch footage of a white woman repeatedly using the N-word at an adult Black male and then using it at a 5-year-old Black child. Obviously, any human being, it seems to me, with any understanding of the history of the United States of America should be able to say that is completely unacceptable. and not go into some long speech about this,
Well,
this,
didn't I?
this, and this. It just is
Didn't I?
wrong.
Didn't I say you shouldn't say it?
Right. So I think we have to agree certain
Okay,
parameters.
shouldn't say it.
So
Let's not ask how we got here.
So certain parameters. So we just say that is completely wrong, right? And then we move on to, is it right that she's now had hundreds of thousands of dollars in donations to?
It's no more or less acceptable than someone calling someone a retard or, yeah. Exactly. It might have a little bit more, like, it's difficult because it's a child. You probably shouldn't say anything to a child, period, when it comes to, like, lowering their self-esteem, you know? The racial thing might be a little bit, like, I could see why someone wouldn't want you to say it to their child, because then you have to explain to a child what racism is and all that shit. Long before they're even ready to even know what racism is, probably. But that's like I said, that's not even the worst thing that happened in the video. The worst thing that was happening in the video, you notice how he said that the black man and not the child's father? It's because he was a freaking pedophile in the park. Allegedly. I'm going to say allegedly 100 times because he probably won't even ever see a court. But that doesn't mean he's not a pedophile. Never too young to learn. True that.
To support her. I say again, that is completely ridiculous and outrageous, and it's being whipped up by a fake kind of moral equivalence. Well, you know what? People are racist about white people, so of course we should support her. No, just take a line in the sand and say, if you use the N-word against black people, you are being racist. If you're white, you know you're being racist, you shouldn't do it, and you should face consequences when you do it. And your first reaction, if you're somebody else involved who's white looking at that story.
Well, the way I see it is, if you want white people to not be racist, then maybe don't be racist to white people. Very simple.
Shouldn't be, here's some of my money to help you, you poor victim. She wasn't the victim. The victim was the 5-year-old black child that she racially abused. And the adult.
The 5-year-old black child. Dude, you get, I bet your Piers was super racist at one point, and he had to learn how to not talk like that.
Black person she racially abused. We should all be able to say, yes, that is what happened there. There's no equivalence. There's no ambiguity.
Ooh, immobilized.
No, you know what? Maybe this story, no. It's just
60 seconds invisibility.
And say, that is wrong. That is racism. End. Surely?
No.
Ooh.
Now, do you want to know which part I disagree with?
Yes.
Certainly not the part that I already agreed with. Shouldn't yell the N-word at a black person 5 years old or 50 years old. But the reason for the GoFundMe amount, you can simply dismiss it and say those people are racist. Or I am telling you that you are seeing a statistical reality emerge where, by and large, the rejection of countries like where you and I are from, the policing of speech, and the out-of-context use of boogeyman words to try and destroy people's livelihoods, where white people are going, yeah. The conversation, though, isn't that you shouldn't do that. We all know that. The conversation is, I can lose my job if I sing along to my favorite hip-hop album, whether Enter the Wu-Tang or Kanye's College Dropout. That's the conversation, and you have people who are tired of it being used as a cudgel.
You know what you're sounding like, Stephen? You know what you're sounding like?
So I totally agree with him there, 100%. And this is where it's going to piss me off, because I already know what Piers is going to say. He's going to say that Crowder sounds like the woke right. But the woke right are way worse. Way worse. They're basically Nazis. They're basically fascist, right? They hate Jews. They hate women. They hate anyone that's not white. Like, it's totally different than what Stephen Crowder is saying here.
You're sounding like the woke right, a phenomenon I didn't even know existed, but then I've been reading and writing about it. You've been labeled the woke right, and here you are, to me, I say this respectfully, sounding like a paid-up member of the woke right, because what you're trying to do is say that there is some equivalence. I remember a Sonority girl who had been singing along to a Kanye record.
I just want to show you guys. I just want to show you something. So there's a relationship between Marxism and wokeism. The way he says Kanye. Critical social justice, critical theory. So if we go and look at critical race theory, which is this is what wokeism is. It's an academic field focused on the relationships between social conceptions of race. Oh, wait, I can't see that. How can I make this smaller? Jesus, is huge. Oh, it's not going to work like that. So it's an academic field, social conceptions of race and ethnicity, social and political law, and mass media. CRT, critical race theory, considers racism to be systematic in various laws and rules, not based only on individuals' prejudice. The word critical in the name is an academic reference to critical theory. So this is actually from Marxism. And it's the opposite of seeing people colorblind. I've taken university classes and written term papers on this shit. Laugh my ass off. It's all nonsense. Yes, exactly. And there's people writing papers now that are saying that the wokeism or critical race theory is actually, well, it's actually part of Marxism. So my point is, I'll show you guys real quick. Political spectrum. See, I just want to get a picture of it. All right. You see this? So, all the way to the far left, radical, far left, right? Liberal, moderate, conservative, reactionary, far right. Okay? So, where would woke right? They say that there's a woke left and a woke right. Somewhere around here, right? They're radical. What I'm saying is, this is actually not a straight line, but a circle that connects in on itself. Kind of like this one. Right here. So you see at the end, dictatorship. Extreme left wing, extreme right wing. I think there is something that connects the extreme left and the extreme right together, where they temporarily collaborate to create authoritarianism. So what will happen is people get upset with society. They will become Marxists or anarchists or whatever you want to call it. They hate society, like Antifa, like Black Lives Matter, all that shit. And then they will work towards just breaking down society and then in order to rebuild it to create their perfect world. Both the left and the right will do this, and they will team up together in order to destroy society. And I call this, well, this is what I think Marxism actually is. And I think Marxism is a missing link between extreme left and extreme right. But after society is destroyed, the left and the right will try to kill each other to take over and become authoritarian dictatorship. The truth of the matter is that there are zero laws or policies or rules or anything legislated by the government that perpetuates racism. People still spurging out over racism are unable to come to terms with the fact that this is as good as it is going to get with respect to racial discrimination. I would disagree with that just because DEI exists. So this itself is actually systematic racism. It's a framework used by organizations to promote fairness, equal opportunities, and welcoming environment for all individuals. So they actually included this in the government. Yeah, exactly. They claimed there was racism, so then they created a system that was racist to try and defeat the fake racism. Yeah. And so the real Marxists, right? The Marxists took over. They took over this movement, the DEI movement, or they created it. I can't really tell. So let's look at the difference. DEI, equality, inclusion, framework for organizations, promote fairness, equal opportunities, welcoming environment. Marxism, social economic analysis, political philosophy, centered on the analysis of class relations and social transformations rooted in the works of Karl Marx. So it's the same shit. The only thing they did was they added gender ideology to it. And so they're using this to pin people against each other. Because I'll show you something. Divide and conquer Marxism. Divide and conquer is actually the micro foundations of Marxism. That's what they do to split up people, from the workers to races. See, the Marxian theory of wage discrimination between workers of different races is that capitalists use divide and conquer strategies to force wages of both black and white workers down. The persistence of discrimination is explained by the persistence of racism in society. Sound familiar? Which allows capitalists to make use of such a strategy. According to this theory, capitalists gain and all workers lose from discrimination, which is a conclusion much at variance with Becker's neoclassical theory of discrimination. The Marxian position has been elaborated and empirically investigated in recent years by Reich, 1976, 1977. The models presented here will also draw from recent theories of labor, blah, blah, blah. It has been somewhat of a task for economical theory to produce microeconomical models of the labor market, blah, blah, blah. So that's what they do. They pin us against each other, so we fight. Then while we're fighting, they take power. Then when they have power, they change the law. So we're at the point where they're in power and they're changing the laws, and they're making it so that everything is against white people because we're the problem, right? I think it just boils down to the fact that there are too many people with radically different ideals trying to live in the same country. A country to some extent needs to be unified by some core values. Up until now, it has been the construct, but evidently not sufficient anymore, especially when everyone has their own interpretation. Yeah, so the whole idea of what I think, okay, this gets into an even broader topic, but we talked about globalists and how globalism is bad because globalism brings mass immigration, global workforces, centralized currency, and all these things create problems in society, right? So if you think about it, the way the Romans, I think it's the Romans who made this popular, but they used to assimilate people. So when you became part of, when Rome took over your country or city or whatever, you would become Roman. You'd learn their language. You were allowed to keep your religion, and you would fight in their army or like give up your son or something like that to be a part of the army. So you would have something like you were giving. If the Romans lost, you would lose too. That was the whole point of it, right? And so that's how they assimilated people. And that's pretty much how we assimilate people too. Still to this day. But now the leftists have been, with the globalists, like George Soros and them, have been working together to promote this idea of bringing over people, right? And it sounds like a good idea at first, but really it's just to keep wages low. It has nothing to do with making society better or anything they're saying. It just has to do with keeping wages low. They want to keep the cotton picking at a minimum. And I think the only way to fix this problem which it probably won't even fix it, would be like robots or something. So we have slave labor, but it's robots. So nobody's actually a slave, right?
Which included the N-word, and she was caught on camera at a party singing the chorus, which was the N-word, and she sang it, and she then got into all sorts of trouble and got suspended and so on and so on.
So every time someone says woke right, it pisses me off because really it's Marxists. These are Marxists doing it, and they're not left or right. They're like in between, but they're not centrists.
To me, there is absolutely, you talk about context.
You could almost consider them radical center. Ooh, that's an interesting concept.
There is no similarity between what happened there, which was ridiculous.
I don't think they're center though.
In that playground with that woman deliberately and malevolently racially abusing black people. There's no similarity there. They are completely different things and should be treated completely differently. I think anyone, white or black, should look at the white girl at college who is caught on camera singing a chorus to a #1 hit record, which happens to include the N-word. She should not be punished for that. She might have somebody explain to her, you know what,
exactly.
blah, blah, blah. Okay? But there's no equivalence between that and what happened in that playground. Because you talk about context, the context of the one in the playground was to be deliberately racist.
Well, the context of the playground was that her child was having another child steal from her child's bag, and she was upset. And again, it still doesn't make it right, but let's also provide some context. The point that I was addressing was you labeling everyone who gave to the Give, Send, Go. By the way, I've also never been labeled woke right. That's very, very silly. $782,000, I believe, give or take. Maybe it's $882,000. But hold on a second. You say that every single person who is giving to that is the equivalent of the person yelling the N-word at a 5-year-old.
I didn't say that.
We say the same thing.
No, I didn't say that.
Hold on.
No, I didn't say that.
That's the interruption.
I said they're wrong.
She should have belted him. I think she would go to jail if she did that.
Very well.
I'll be done in 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Would we
and lose her 2 kids in the process?
Also say then that the people giving to Anthony, Carmelo Anthony, support the wanton stabbing of white kids who die in their twin brothers' arms? What I'm saying is there is a reaction to people being told to sit down and shut up and silence is violence, and words being used to end their livelihoods, and that is the
corporal punishment. Yeah, but corporal punishment is not beating a child. It would be like killing the child for stealing. That would be corporal punishment. Or cut his hand off or something. The problem is with all that is that a lot of people get convinced to do stupid shit by stupid people. I think that jail should be should go back to being somewhere where people heal and become better rather than just live off the government.
I hope it serves you well.
What's it called? Rehabilitation center. A prison should be a rehabilitation center again. Corporal punishment refers to intentional infliction of physical pain on a person as a form of discipline or punishment. It is most commonly associated with punishment in schools, homes, or prisons. Capital punishment would be death sentence. So, yeah, that would be a bit much. Well, corporal punishment, I mean, it's not much different. Like, that also includes, like, cutting people's hands off and shit, right? Whipping them, you know? Waterboarding them, probably.
Conversation that is taking place in this country, and most people are refusing to have it. Of course, you shouldn't yell the N-word at a 5-year-old. You got it.
I thought I would support capital punishment for, like, say, pedophiles and stuff, but most people just chemically castrate the pedophiles, and then they don't do it anymore. Like, that's what all the countries do. Like, almost all of them. I don't know when I think we stopped doing it when the liberals got in, because they consider pedophiles to be, like, minor attracted people, and it's not their fault. They're born that way, and, like, all this shit, right? And it's like, well, if it's not their fault and they're born that way, then why don't you chemically castrate them so they can be normal again? Someone gets caught murdering someone in cold blood, they should be put to death. That one's a little bit more harder to deal with morality. I think that instead of putting them to death, we should put them to work. Then they can live their lives, never hurt anybody, and actually produce for the country. Do I have my staff now? No. I spoke with Bothale at the Arcane University, and she gave me a note mentioning shipment of dwarven artifacts that was stolen by bandits. She said she would pay handsomely for retrieving it. I should head towards Captain Ailes and get my hands on those artifacts. Oh, there's a Meridia test quest I can do too. They could work side by side with the robots. Sentence them to life of slave labor. Well, like, that's what I mean. Like, even they make like license plates in jail and they only give them like 10% of the money they make. So they still get money, but then we get like 90% of it, right? And then they can, you know, buy stuff at the canteen. I think that's like the best situation you could make out of something like that, you know? Until we discover like a way to like fix people's brains or something.
But there's no segment if that's where we end it. Let's discuss why you have tens of thousands of people giving money for something they never would have donated to a mere 10, 15 years ago. Don't we think?
Just put like solar panels on them and get them to run around outside or into the sun.
I think it would have been better before we got to the point of the Holocaust for someone to say, hey, wait a second. How did we end up here believing that only Jews carry these communicable diseases? How did we end up here, all of us accepting these negative stereotypes? Hey, wait, how did we end up here othering these groups of people? I think the how you've gotten there matters, and I think the prescription for it is important, and that's what I'm trying to focus on. The prescription is more dialogue and doing so in good faith rather than this word whack-a-mole that we're playing in this country.
Dry skin, deeper wrinkles, and crepiness are just a few of them.
He's not wrong.
God,
God, I hate that he added the ads.
OneSkin.co.
It was so much better before.
Okay, Mark Lamont Hill, welcome back to Uncensored. I saw your reaction.
So this is the guy who begged him not to make her say the N-word and make him a victim. It's like, how dare you make me a victim? You know, it's funny because if a white person said that, if a white person said, how dare you make me a victim, they'd be called a Karen, or they would be called like privileged, or right, virtue signaling, or right. But when he does it, he's a victim.
In another podcast, I think you did.
Looks like an N-word to me.
Aggrieved on what you thought.
It would be funny if people started going instead of saying the N-word, they just started calling people the N-word, literally the N-word. It's like, oh, you fucking N-word, right? No, I can't. That's horrible. I feel dirty even saying that out loud. and not because the government tells me I can't say it, but because just the Christian part of me, I guess. I was literally just reading the Bible last night, so it's weird. I'll tell you a story now. This is freaky. So I was watching this video, and it was this guy. He's from Kentucky, and he's basically Amish, right? Well, they were interviewing him. He's not actually Amish. He just lives like one, right? So he's talking about the Bible and all this stuff, and he said, listen, I can't answer all your phone calls, right? Because I can only have like 13 voicemails. He said, but God will take all your voicemails, and he said if you ask him, he'll show you what you need to be shown in the Bible. So I was like, all right, I'm going to test this now. So I went on an AI, and I said, show me a random excerpt from the Bible. And it turned out to be Psalm 22. Okay. And it said, wait now. It was the one right before the Valley of the Shadow of Death part. But it was, oh, here it is. No, that's not the right one. Anyway, it was about looking for God and coming to God, basically, right? And then I said, okay, show me another one. It was about finding God, right? Then I said, show me another one. It showed me another random one from a different book altogether, like John or something like that. It was about finding God. I said, show me another one. Completely random. Make sure it's completely random. They said, okay, yeah, we're making it random. Showed me another one. It was about finding God. Did it again. 5 times. And then I asked AI and I said, what's the common theme of these excerpts? And it said that it was about finding God. And I was like, that is crazy. So then I forget how what I did next. I don't know. It was like I kept asking for different parts, and it kept leading me to the same thing. Oh, I asked it about the war with Israel and Gaza, and if the Jewish people are committing a genocide. And I said, what do you think, God? Like, just show me a sign, right? And he showed me a story about the Israelis. It was actually an excerpt about the Israelis. Israelites walking through the desert, and they were fighting among each other and not praising God, and it led them to fighting each other, right? So it was crazy. It was basically like they need to get back to God and learn how to live like God wants them to, basically, right? But it also said that I don't know. It basically said that they were right, but they need to get back to God or something like that, right? That's what the story was about. It was just freaky as fuck. That's all I got to say.
I was trying to do there. And just to reiterate to you, in the moment, I was trying to expose her cowardice.
And then I did something else after that too. I asked it another question, but I can't remember what the question was, and it answered it. Like I said, I didn't even tell the AI what the question was, but I asked it to give me a random excerpt, and I thought in my head, asking God the question, and then the AI would show me the answer, and I was like, this is crazy.
And I listened to what your impassioned immediate response to my challenge, and I immediately realized this would not be a smart thing to do. It certainly wasn't premeditated. It certainly wasn't from anything other than a place of, you are an unashamed racist who says you say this word all the time.
Dude, he is so pissed at Pierce right now.
Including to black people. And he'll do the same as to be performative. Let's see if I'm right. And, you know, with hindsight, it was a little ill-advised. But it wasn't me trying to be theatrical or get a viral moment, just to reassure you, because you and I go back a long way. I wouldn't want to deliberately put you in that position. And you very quickly responded and made me immediately realize the peril of potentially doing what I was trying to do. But in relation to what Stephen Crowder says, now look, a lot of what Stephen says, I agree with. I do think we've got to a weird place in society where words and language have been over-weaponized and used to cancel people.
What is this bullshit? I don't know, dude. I think he's a liberal. Okay, that's the answer. He's a liberal. Oh my God, it's a scam. Oh my God, it's a storm Artronac. He's gonna blow my head up. He can shoot chain lightning. Daedra. I need to start doing some of these.
Ruin their lives and so on. I agree with that. But I also think there are certain things and words and phrases
God, the game looks so beautiful.
been accepted by society for quite some time now to be completely unacceptable.
No.
And one of them is the N-word, particularly when it's used against black people by white people, right? And this woman...
By white people? Why? What difference does it make if it's a white person or not? This is what drives me crazy. If you actually look into, like, say, it's like, okay, the British people, why does a Mexican call a black person N-word? Is it not as bad? I guess the idea, this is the misconception that everybody has, okay? Everybody thinks that white people were the worst slavers of all the races. They think that because we brought black people to America and enslaved them and all that stuff. I looked into a lot of this, right? Just to see. Apparently the British people used to buy slaves from other African warlords, because the African warlords would destroy a village, enslave everybody, and then sell off their enemies to like people from other countries. And then they would take them, right? So if we didn't buy them, they would be slaughtered. So how are we the bad guy in that situation? And exactly, they enslaved them themselves and sold them to us. And not only that, there are white people enslaved in Africa right now. Right now. And nobody gives a shit. Okay, this is crazy. The wolf killed the scamp. There's a Daedra here. I just made the Daedra hit the mountain lion. What the fuck's going on? People of all colors have been enslaved throughout history. That's true, but the Christians have been enslaved more than anybody. And not just white Christians, just Christians. Right? Because they're peaceful. Like in the Middle East, the Christians get persecuted all the time because they're not, they're like peaceful. And then the Arabs are not peaceful, right? So they get enslaved all the time. And white people get enslaved a lot too. Look at the Vikings. The Vikings enslaved like all of the English. They took over and made themselves king. You know what I mean? And I guess you could say, well, the Vikings were white too, but I'm just saying that the Vikings weren't Christian though. Exactly. They were torturing Christians. And look at the Afrikaners in South Africa right now. So it's not just white people are not privileged. Some white people are privileged. If you look at like the top 1% of the world, a lot of them are probably white. But that doesn't mean that all white people are privileged.
The way this Lily Gaddis sort of proudly giggled her.
What are my thoughts on reparations being paid to black people? I think that the black people that exist today weren't enslaved, so we don't need to pay them reparations. I think that we should give them scholarships and stuff like that to help them pay for schooling. You know, to make it easier to live. That's a bit different. Because if let's say that they were, like, we know they were enslaved and everything, right? But I also happen to think that white people are not like actual slaves, but they were wage slaves. And we don't even know it. I think we're still wage slaves and people don't even realize it. Because there's black slaves that became freed and then said their life was no better. They were just became wage slaves, right? In the 1800s. But I think of it like, you know, we didn't do it to you and you're not the people that got it done to you. So why are we paying you? Whereas if you're a poor person in our country and you're worse off for whatever reason, then maybe we should give you a leg up just because it's harder for you to do everything because you're poor. That has nothing to do with your race. And if then if black people turn out to be more poor than white people, then they will get more funding than the white people, and it'll be done on a meritocracy basis rather than a racial basis. And over time, all the races will eventually even out. If the problem is, in fact, a financial one.
The way talking about how proud she is to say it and so on, I found completely repellent and disgusting.
But I think what's going to happen is everyone's just going to get really high basic universal income, because every job is going to be replaced by robots and AI. And I don't care what you say, every single job is going to be replaced but you might not lose your job as a teacher, but you will start using AI to teach. You know what I'm saying? So all the jobs are going to be different. And a lot of people aren't even going to have to go to work. Right? Like if you have a warehouse that ships things and it's totally automated, why do you even need to go to work unless something breaks? So I think that's what's going to happen. You're going to own like a robot. You're going to contract your robot out to do a job. Like say you get a job as a warehouse worker. You're going to send your robot instead of you. If your robot breaks, you're responsible for repairing it. You're going to contract it out. Yeah, we'll all be repair robot people until there's a robot that repairs robots. And then you won't have to do anything. You'll just sit there and your company will run itself, right? Because everything that we would have to do would eventually be, but who will repair him? Another robot. Right? Like for instance, I might start up a robot repair business. Your robot breaks. You send your robot to me. I repair it automatically and send it back to work automatically. You don't have to do anything. Who will repair the robot building factory? It would be obviously the robot repairing facility people. There'll probably be like a business that you call and they show up and they repair your robot building. And you would have your AI assistant call them. So it would still be automated. You can go as far back as you want and you just keep automating things, right? Will we have factories that build robots that are programmed to build robot factories? Exactly. And if you didn't know, Horizon Zero Dawn, that's literally the story. Facility. So I don't know if you can see this picture. You see these pictures? Yeah. These are the robot repairing facilities. They actually, Zero Dawn project facility. This is an AI building that creates robots and then releases them into the wild. And it actually creates animals. So you can see them right here. These are the robots that they're creating and releasing into the world. And like there's multiple AI, and they're like, they run the entire world. And there's 7 or 8 of them, and each one has a different purpose. Like one will be to make the world's ecosystem, like keep the weather intact, right? One will be to create animals, and like at first the animals were for gathering resources for the humans, but now they're working for the AI, right? Wouldn't it be funny if the robots became racist towards each other, like the steel ones are prejudiced against the aluminum ones? I could see that happening.
But in terms of what Stephen said about, this is...
If the theory that a complex system, like a large language model, can in fact become a living creature, like a human's brain, made us become well, a sentient being, then it is possible that they would follow the same track as us, where they would become, you know, racist and like all the things that humans went through as well. I don't know if I can kill these guys. I don't even know how strong they are. They're wearing glass armor. That's some high level shit they're wearing there. Bandit carrier. Oh my god. Yeah, well, let me put this back on.
Heading to a dangerous area if you weaponize words generally. Is he right?
In the abstract, sure. I mean, I think if you weaponize a bunch of words and people don't have the safe space to say what they want or say what they believe, it could be a very dangerous.
Can you get up here?
Because what I find to be offensive,
Probably.
You may not. What I find to be extreme, you may find to be moderate. What I may see as outside the proverbial Overton window, you may not. And so you never want to get into a place, to use Stephen's language, where we're just doing the linguistic whack-a-mole. I agree with that wholeheartly. But I don't think that's what
The lines helped me.
here. I think there are a few things. You all said a bunch of interesting things that I want to that I want to get at. The first thing is, I guess, the Stephen.
Want your armor, baby.
Self-emasculation. At the thought, I wasn't melting down, as some on the right have said, because I was afraid that this boogeyman N-word was going to pop out of her mouth and I was going to fall away. That wasn't the point at all. I think you actually characterized it properly, Piers. I was frustrated not at the looming threat of the N-word coming out of her mouth. It was at the spectacle that I felt like in that moment was being created that was wholly unnecessary. And again, I don't think you were doing it intentionally at my expense, but we're all hosts. There's a moment where you got somebody on the ropes, and we know it's a good moment. We know it's a big moment. And getting a white person to say the N-word, it's like A Few Good Men. It's like, did you order, it's the Jack Nicholson moment, right? If you can get them to do that, that's a big moment. And I get that. I guess my point at the time was, it's not the smoking gun that we think. White people don't lie about using the N-word. They lie about not using the N-word. If she already said, I use the N-word.
It's funny. If she had said the N-word, I would have felt no differently. Like I don't think it's as big a deal as what he's saying it is.
So no one pretends to use the N-word when they don't. So I actually didn't think that we needed that confession out of her. For me, as far as the other point here, I don't accept Stephen's analysis here of the donations to the campaign. Even if he is right that people were donating out of some political reaction to our hypersensitivity as a society, that's the wrong person to do it to. Do it to the person that's getting doxxed because they made a mistake 10 years ago. Do it to the person who rapped the N-word, on Gold Digger, and suddenly it has lost their ability.
Gold Digger.
There's all kinds of people who we might say, even if we don't agree fully on the context, is a better example of the cause. But as you said, Piers,
such a good song.
Somebody who was using the word in the exact context that we're afraid of, or not afraid of, in the exact context that we're frustrated about.
He ain't nothing but a broke Nick.
In the exact context that we think it's being used in. And so to dump money, almost $800,000 into her coffers, it ultimately rewards her for using that language. Imagine
that wasn't Kanye.
An arsonist were to set a building on fire, and all three of us agreed that arson should not get the death penalty. I think we probably all agree on that. But if we were to then take $1 million and dump it in their GoFundMe to fund the arsonist's legal defense, and now they get off.
It wasn't. It was fucking Jamie Foxx or whatever the fuck his name is.
Is that the right way to do it? Is that the right call? There might be other ways to do it than to fund the person who's.
Kanye may have produced it.
He raised his right hand to speak, which I think is a rare example of good manners on this program. So, Stephen, your response.
Well, it's the Canadian in me, actually.
Yeah, I know he's featuring on his track, but Kanye didn't sing it. He was supposed to, but he didn't. He didn't. Oh, singer, song. Jamie Foxx, boom. Told you.
Hill and I have go a while back on Fox News, and like I said, he's always.
I don't like the part with Kanye saying. I only like the part with Jamie Foxx. To be quite honest, I'm not just saying that. I mean that.
Been a gentleman, and I do.
I can't put it on because
later explaining
I'll get a copyright infringement.
This is after the fact, and I have a much greater understanding now. I also get it. I will say, great. Now do stabbing, and I think I know what the answer is going to be. Can we both, if we want to find common ground, agree that yeah, we really find ourselves at a weird point in this country?
Like I don't like the whole song. I just like the rap that Jamie Foxx does. If that makes sense.
When a bunch of people are giving to a lady who yells the N-word at a 5-year-old, and a bunch of people are giving to someone who is famous for no other reason than allegedly stabbing an innocent person. I know that we'll say it's because innocent until proven guilty, but this is the information that we have on both of these scenarios.
I honestly think Kanye is gay. Like just the way he talks and acts. Like I think he's literally a homosexual. He reminds me of Tupac. Tupac was really gay too. And if you don't believe me, I'll show you now. Wait, now let me see if I can find the video I'm talking about. It popped up immediately. So this is him at 17.
Okay.
Tell me this guy's not gay.
Okay, my name is Tupac Shakur, and I attend Tamalpais High School, and I'm 17 years old.
Okay. Do you like being 17?
And it's like 17 is such a weird age. It's such a in the middle age. You're not 18 yet, and you're older than 16. So. But I like it. It's nice. It's like a learn.
This is Kanye. This is what Kanye is like.
And stage for me.
Do you wish you could be 18 and when you?
So I think that Tupac was a really good actor. He acted like a gangster rapper, but really he was a gay guy.
This point in time, and what I'm discussing is the prescription moving forward. And one final thing. Here's the point that I was making that you didn't show in that clip too, was saying that it's racist for someone to say they would prefer to live in a predominantly white neighborhood, or they would prefer to live in their neighborhood which is not black, I believe is what they said. And I don't believe it was necessarily her. I believe there was a man on the panel who said that, but you do. And I'm not going to attribute racism in your heart because only 4% of the population where you're placed in Los Angeles is black. I think we need to stop attributing and imbuing hatred, and I think we need to stop empowering them. But we do find ourselves at a point in this country where neither of these give, send, goes would have blown up if it existed 10 years ago.
Yep.
How'd we
Facts.
I actually, well, Mark, I'll get you to respond. I have to say, in a way, completely different scenario, but how we got here, I think the same blame can be attached to how we got here to what is going on with the reaction to Joe Biden's health news. I made
Where did I get this on
X when that story broke. I was staggered by the instantaneous mockery, abuse, glee, ecstasy, desire for him to die that poured out in response to my tweet revealing this news about him having aggressive advanced stage 4 prostate cancer metastasizing to his bones, which is clearly an incredibly serious situation for a man of his age. And I just made the point that the guy served his country for 50 years. Whatever you think of it, this is the moment just to wish him well.
I do feel bad for Biden, the stuff that he went through in his life. But the stuff that his administration did is basically unforgivable, right? So, but now they're saying that those people might have did it behind his back with the auto pen and stuff. Like a lot of things he didn't even know were happening. So it makes me wonder how evil was Joe Biden actually?
The answer was no, and has carried on being no for the next 24 hours in the most stunningly abusive, horrific, ghastly manner, totally inhumane to me. And I think the common theme, Stephen, of the two things is social media. Social media has, I think, inflamed social and racial tensions to a point where people just don't think the normal rules of society apply. They can be as disgusting and inhumane and
this drives me crazy, dude. In terms of presidents, he was one of the funniest. I agree. He was, come on, folks. I can't do his accent, but come on. I used to fight corn pop behind the bleachers after school. Like, the shit he said was hilarious. My uncle got eaten by cannibals. Honestly, there should be Joe Bidenisms. Like, Joe Biden said a lot more funny things than George Bush ever did. They're the kind of guys you want to smack in the ass. Yeah. Everyone used to call him Brandon for some reason. I can't even remember why. Oh, God. But I was going to make a point. I forgot. It was something to do with Joe Biden. He'll come back to me.
Racist and sexist and whatever they want to be as they like, with no accountability in almost every case. And we've become almost neutralized to that kind of thing.
Oh, also, guys, I want to show you something. You can download the Grok app now. I don't know if you know this. And it's got free voice. So give me a question. It answered me. Give me another question. It's not working. The mic is cutting her off. Say that again.
Wanted to try. And what's holding you back?
Can you hear it?
I'm not actually listening. I'm just a text-based AI. What's going on?
So I don't know if you can see this. You can switch it. You can switch it therapists, like all kinds of things. There's one there: meditation, conspiracy, grok doc, unhinged 18, sexy, motivation, romantic, argumentative. You can ask it questions. It's actually really, really good for like put on sexy. Okay. What should I ask it? Say something sexy.
Come here. Let me pull you close. Feel that heat between us? It's electric, isn't it? Imagine we're tangled up, just the two of us, no rush. What's your favorite way to unwind like this?
Dirtier.
So, you're thinking long term, huh? 3 years of this chemistry, pretty hot to think about. What's the wildest thing you fantasized about during all that time?
I'm gonna get kicked off of YouTube. Say the dirtiest thing you can think of.
Slide your hands lower. Feel how bad I want you. Right here, right
Oh my God. She's still going. Now, imagine that inside of a robot.
Part of the problem is that when people like you and me, and Mark, I'm sure, launch staunch defenses of the right to free speech, the wrong ears take it as the right to be openly racist.
Oh, there's another one I kind of want to show you. Hold on. So you can go to Google AI Studio. This is free too. And you can go to stream. And you can share your screen. And I could put the game up here and ask it questions about the game. And it would see what I'm showing it. And tell me stuff. It is so cool. And they got memory mode now. So it's like, it remembers what you were talking about before. So like I wake up in the morning, I'll be like, remember that AI project we were talking about yesterday? And it's like, yes, this, and this. What would you like to do? And then I tell it what I want to do today, and it helps me do it, right? So cool.
and all these other things with no accountability. They misunderstand what free speech actually entails.
I actually set up AI and stuff. It
Never
was
going to be
pretty
held
cool.
accountable for what you say. When Shiloh Hendricks said that she said the N word, whatever, you know, this was her right to free speech. Yeah, but everybody else has a right to hold you accountable for it. And it's the second part of that equation, which is, I think, important. So, Stephen, your response to my thesis.
Yeah. Yes, I disagree. I think social media is a part of it, but I also don't think that we're dealing with an accountability culture as far
Oh,
as...
this is what I was gonna say. They keep blaming social media. And it's like, social media is a microphone, but it's not the one that's teaching them. Hey, thanks for the follow.
To the channel, Cat Girl.
They need to get it out of the schools and stuff. I'm pretty good. How are you?
We're dealing with a false accountability culture as far as the media and those in the establishment. You have myself, for example, who was demonetized, throttled on YouTube for simply using the term lispy queer, someone who referred to themselves as a lispy queer, was a quote. Then moved over to Rumble, and after the Exodus, Diageo, in charge of 80%.
Is that actually why he was banned? He called someone a lispy queer. Feels bad, man.
Of the world's advertising, told Rumble that it wasn't enough to demonetize myself, but that they wouldn't spend $1 of advertising on the entire platform, an alternative platform to YouTube, unless I was removed. You've had entire governments try and remove platforms for freedom of speech. This is not the accountability that people in the streets are calling for. What is being called for example, from people in the media, is a lie. They would rather hear a lie than the truth. And so you have people checking out. For example, someone's afraid to say, could be my black neighbors, but it's anecdotal. I'm not supposed to say the black friend thing. Moved to the same neighborhood I have because it's safer and there's a stronger sense of community. But if you want me to lie to you and say, I picked that neighborhood and it just so happens to be more mixed or more white, but my neighbor's a former Dallas Cowboy, you can demand a lie, but the media is demanding the lie, not the American people. I am in no way concerned going down to a black neighborhood because I do it, to the tune of hours, hundreds of hours of footage and hundreds of millions of views discussing these issues. The challenge I run into is when someone else, a third party, wants to play a game of telephone and tell them that it's racist. You can go and watch.
Yep.
I had not one, not two, but 10 people.
I was just listening to a neurobiologist, and she said that her daughter was a perfectly happy girl going to school, 16 years old. Then she watched Oprah, and Oprah told her that she should feel bad about the things that happened to her in her life. And she instantly, I can't click, but she instantly switched to being completely depressed, lazy, didn't want to go outside, like all those things. And she had to change her diet and get her to exercise and do all these things to fix the imbalance that watching Oprah caused in her brain. Isn't that fucking crazy?
In this installment say, yeah, I think all lives matter. I think anyone who says that's white supremacy is out of their mind. They don't.
You can't hear me? I can hear you. I can see you. How are you?
With them. Very few people are doing it. You're demanding a lie of people.
Okay, Mark, your response.
Lots of things again. First, I think Stephen is, and I don't assign to you any ill intent, but you're comparing apples and oranges here when we talk about the Carmelo Anthony and the racist woman, I can't think of her name, video.
Lily Gaddis.
How are you?
As you pointed out,
Shiloh
all day.
Hendricks.
No, not Lily Gaddis, but
you're talking about Shiloh Hendricks,
yeah. Shiloh Hendricks, yes. When you talk about context, I think we have to look at context in the context even of these GoFundMes, right? The people who are funding Carmelo Anthony, you can tell this from the comments, this isn't my guess, they're not saying good job. They're saying, we don't believe that you're guilty. We don't believe that you've gotten a fair legal process. And so we're sending money to make sure that you get a legal defense because we don't believe that you are guilty of this crime.
Too many enemies.
That is what they're saying. Now, you and I may look at the evidence and come to the same conclusion or a different conclusion, but they're not attempting to reward the behavior. They're attempting to challenge a system that they feel like is misrepresenting the behavior. In the case of the N-word, and this woman, right, Charlotte, what's happening is quite different. They're not saying, hey, we feel like she's taken such a loss from her free exercise of free speech that we want to reimburse her for that. That would be a different argument. I still wouldn't want to do it, but that would at least be logically and morally consistent.
He's a monster.
When you look in the comments and when you talk to people who are funding that campaign, they are literally shouting the N-word. They are literally echoing the racial epithet, and that is different. That's why I say if this is
not all of them though, but I would.
Again,
he's talking about the woke right.
the
Oh,
law
you're a
that
professional
talk
artist,
about,
nice.
Then let's invest in actual
Okay,
First Amendment causes and not this. And to
Do you like arts?
I
do, but I don't have any money, so I don't want any.
absolutely nothing wrong with making decisions about where you want to live.
Thanks, though.
But there's a huge difference between saying I want to live in a statistically safe neighborhood, or I want to live in a historically safe neighborhood, and I don't want to live around black people under any circumstances. And again, the latter is what came out in our conversation on the show the last time. And we're melding those two things as if they are the same, and then acting as if there's just no room for a white person or a black person.
Is he healing?
To exercise
Or is that
any radical honesty about where they want to live. I
my imagination?
want to live in a safe neighborhood. I want to live in a safe neighborhood. I also want to live around black people. People can make their own choices, but let's not pretend they're the same thing.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did he just say he wants to live around black people? That's so racist.
We've got to end it there. I would say, in answer to your question, Stephen, I would say in both the GoFundMe cases, I think...
You do a special offer? Yeah, I have $0 though.
I think the intentions on both sides are actually malevolent and wrong.
No, you're just wasting your time sharing them with me, to be honest.
Justice or anything. They're doing
I'd rather you go and make money with someone else.
a side based on skin color in both those stories.
Slumpcat wants you to draw him Slumpcat.
Murder is worse than yelling.
Yeah, listen.
They need your Discord
Allegedly stabbing someone to death is worse than using
to send you to, because they won't send it on Twitch should I get in trouble.
Then getting held accountable for using the N-word.
Yeah, but no,
it's
but
all about the framing.
but Stephen's point is the one is worse
I
than
don't
the other.
think we can end this on this, Pierce. I can take 30 seconds here. If we're
Right,
talking about
right,
accountability,
but
like I said,
the league,
there's
but we're
false
pretending.
accountability. How about, so are you against catch and
Stephen,
release?
that
Are you
framing
against
suggests
no
that the
cash
money
bail?
is going for
Are
the
you
behavior.
against a discount under $1,000 or less where a shopkeeper has to close?
Do not redeem, bloody.
Systemic restorative justice. Are you against cash and release? Are you against cash bail? Are you against the idea that people can shoplift and not be held accountable for their actions? Let's talk real accountability for actions and not false accountability for words. I believe that stabbing someone is worse than saying a word. Both are bad. Me, Mr. Traditional.
Yep.
You know what?
Okay. Let me respond to that. Let me respond to that because
Quickly.
again, that is a disingenuous framing. No one is arguing that
Fierce is like, wait, what?
stabbing someone is better than using the word. My point is our response as a community to the stabbing is not to say, great job.
Drop your X or instant ice.
Our response is, this was awful, but let's find out what really happened. No one is saying on the other side.
Usually they'll show you their portfolio, and then you give them a bit of money, and they write something for you. If you like it,
and if they are,
keep it. If not, they'll draw another one.
But it's not apples and oranges. No one is saying what that woman did is worse than that kid getting stabbed. They're saying that the story of the stabbing hasn't been told well or properly, and we want justice for everybody. And to answer your cash bail, yes.
There is one art that I'm really trying to do, but it's super hard. I don't think
hold people accountable. You can hold people
it's
accountable.
possible.
I've got to leave it there, not least, Mark, because I'm worried about what you're doing to your ear at the moment. There's clearly an issue, a malfunction.
Oh, I gotta add you on X, dude.
I mean, it looks like you're basically gouging your
Mine's
own ear out in
Drakoviche.
horror of what's happening.
At Drakoviche, yes.
I know it's not what you're doing, but it's a worrying
Because
object.
at Drakoviche was taken by myself.
Guys, I really enjoyed that debate. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I'm gonna die.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And in return, we will continue our mission to inform, irritate, and entertain. And we'll do it all for free. Independent, uncensored media has never been more critical, and we couldn't do it without you.
I'm adding you. Dude, you should check out my X account. You'll be like, what the fuck is he at, dude?
Remember World War II? This is a year older than you. What do you think about the U.S.?
Oh, let me show you guys Titus. Titus is such a cool dude.
That was built.
Show you guys Titus now. This is Titus.
over time. But I'm super
Dude doesn't wear.
just seeing.
This dude doesn't wear shoes. He lives by himself. He doesn't have water, like running. Like he doesn't have electricity. At Alexa Brian, I'll add you too. Fuck it. At Alexa Brian Fort. Hello. Some good work. The dragon's pretty good. Dragons are hard. I've learned that. All right, let's check out Titus.
Where God will lead with that.
So she's not living here?
No.
Where's she staying?
She's staying at my parents' place.
She comes out.
I want to go further ahead.
That, like, makes sense. Like,
You got a buggy carriage?
I love the questions. That, like, it's bringing it out. Yeah, I'll take it now. That'll save you some time.
Wow, that's the steering wheel setup in these cars?
Yeah.
Did you rig that up yourself?
Yeah, me and my buddy did.
Look at that. To drive on the right side. Do you work for the Postal Service or they hire you out?
I'm hired out, but yeah, I work for him.
Oh, okay. He's been getting a lot of mail lately, huh?
Yeah, he's made it big on YouTube. Facebook, everywhere. I've seen him everywhere.
He's a character.
That's right. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you, Brandon.
This guy doesn't look like it, but he preaches the gospel and stuff. He's actually really fucking smart. And he's super healthy considering that he only eats fruits and vegetables mostly. Hold on, guys. Let me find something else to watch here. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on in old Canada.
If their equity
That's a great endorsement for powerful paychecks, Michelle. That's like the exact philosophy that Pierre Poilievre talked about during the campaign, giving people more money in their pockets so they can actually knock on that door.
What the Prime Minister is talking about.
It seems like nobody is willing to have the courage to admit the obvious. So don't worry, I will. I'm Jasmine Lane. This is Over Opinionated. Subscribe, comment, follow.
At Drakoviche is me.
Whatever it is that you feel like
Alexa,
contributing.
I can't message you back right now.
Show this to more people. We are up against the media machine after all. We've got a lot of stories today.
Slumcat is the one who wants a Slumcat made.
Fact-checked. Some updates on Ukraine support, some updates on the story we did earlier this week about MAID, as well as a new Conservative Party council. All that and more coming up on Over Opinionated.
Catgirl VTuber needs you to add her back, Slumcat.
For G7
I don't know if you're
but it could
still
be
there.
U.S. President Trump comes here next month for the G7 Leaders Summit. Now the Prime Minister's office is confirming Canada is in talks to take.
She messaged me and she thought I was you.
The Golden Dome.
I do recall just a short while ago, Mark Carney and the Liberals all campaigning on an anti-Trump, anti-America, elbows up, everybody, and saying that the old relationship Canada had with the USA is over. It's over, and it's time for Canada to lead. Yeah, you might want to put your elbows down, everybody, because you were fooled.
I am pleased to announce that we have officially selected an architecture for this state-of-the-art system that will deploy next-generation technologies across the land, sea, and space, including space-based.
So I don't know if you heard about this. This is the Golden Dome. So they're going to build like the Iron Dome of Israel that stops all the missiles from hitting Israel. They're going to build a Golden Dome in North America, encompass all of America and Canada. So we just did a, no problem. We just did the Canadian government's making a deal with Trump to get them included. But I think they have to include us anyway because of the NORAD agreement.
For this state-of-the-art system that will deploy next-generation technologies across the land, sea, and space, including space-based sensors and interceptors. And Canada has called us, and they want to be a part of it. So we'll be talking to them. They want to have protection also. So as usual, we help Canada do the best we can.
Sounds a lot to me like the old relationship is very much the same relationship. But either way, this was actually confirmed through the Prime Minister's office as well, with Mark Carney officials confirming, yes, we have been in talks with the United States. We would like to be on board with this. We would like to have protection from this once it gets enacted. Donald Trump has said that the Iron Dome, or Golden Dome as he's calling it, is going to be built by the time that he is no longer president, when he's filled out his term, so within the next 3 years or so. Man, I can't even fathom if Canada ever even so much as proposed an idea like that.
It's astounding that anyone thought that Canada and US were not going to no longer be friends. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. The only people that I think actually thought that were probably like the people who have been stuck inside for 5 years. They've been watching the news. That's the only thing they watch. Yeah, boomers. And they think that Donald Trump is literally a Nazi because they go and they look at America and they see like the Democrats saying it too. And they're like, oh, he must be a Nazi then.
It would never actually happen. It would just never happen because there's just way too much bureaucracy in the way. There's way too much red tape. There's a lack of funds. We have no money. So
the reconstruction effort in Ukraine is going to be north of 500 billion US dollar over a decade in order to...
You had to reassure your parents the world wasn't ending? Yeah, my mother thinks that the country would have been destroyed if Pierre Poilievre got in. And my dad hates Trump, but he knows the liberals are useless. But he also doesn't like the conservatives. But he did vote conservative, so... Because I asked him to. Well, I told him what was going on, basically.
Rebuild this country, build back better together. And today was a moment that we could share. There's a lot that we could do together. We talked about energy infrastructure. We talked about infrastructure like roads, ports, railway. We talked about defense technologies. We talked about energy. You know, Canada is an energy superpower. So what we can do with them with respect to hydro, to nuclear energy, also to oil and gas, and what we can bring together.
We could be a superpower.
So, it was a very interesting moment. We talked also how we could work together eventually to share best practices.
I told the premier of our province he should be industrializing us and using AI to do it.
Continue that. You know, there's another big meeting coming in Rome in July, and we're going to be hosting a dinner, myself and the finance minister, with a number of colleagues from around the world.
Hogan, yeah.
Business people, people who are going to be making sure that we build a bridge.
They're talking about getting rid of the well, they are getting rid of the sugar tax, and they're going to increase income support because 40% of Newfoundland and Labrador's children are going to school hungry. We have the highest number of hungry kids in all of Canada.
That we need between the private sector, the public sector, the international financial
CBC
so be careful
did an article.
Build back better slogans there.
Wait, quartz? Karas? Okay, this is not... These are enchanted. That's why they're called that. Whoa. Resist normal weapons on self? That sounds amazing. Check your X ASAP. Once you get to a certain level in this game, everybody's got like good gear. This was cool concept back in the day because I think like enemies that scale to your level were like kind of new back then. Jeez, what am I gonna do here? Can I cast a feather spell? Pack mule spell? Nope. Oh, I can use this thing now. Spider Daedra. Storm Archinock. Oh, I can't use it though. Faded Wraith might be really good. Oh, we'll do Frost Arc. Yeah, Frost does way more damage actually. Oh, what about the Daedra? Yeah. These things are good. Look at them. Wow, the graphics are wild on this thing now. Dude, if I could make AI art like this, it would be so nice. I think you messaged me, cat girl. Yeah, you keep messaging me. I just sent you a nope, so you know it's not the right one. Shock damage on strike and soul trap. I think we'll drop this though. It's pretty heavy for how much it's worth. I'm actually gonna have to come back here because there's so much good shit here. Oh, Dwarven Tube, is that what I need? Yep. Yeah, we'll come back here after I sell some shit.
There, Mr. Shan.
You know what he wants to do? If you actually wants a slump cat made, he wants to do text to image and create an image of what he wants. And then I can try to turn it into a video or something. What do you want, an image or a video? An image. I usually do this Microsoft Designer. You get so many a day. Hold on, let me get into this. I'm gonna skip this for now. Create a passkey. That's kind of cool though. So I would click on images. And do you want a square or 16 by 9? Like a banner or square? Oops. I was gonna make this bigger. Just hearing the person. I don't know, but I kind of want to do it for fun. Create me a character that fits the description of Slump Cat and kind of looks like Meowth from Pokemon. This probably won't work because it's copyright. Yep. What? That's how you spell Persian? The fuck? Must be capital. Why isn't it working? Oh, maybe there actually is something wrong on their end.
campaign because according to liberals, that's you don't want to get caught in that. You're just a sloganeer, man. Oh, slogans are not plans, right? We heard that so many times. You know, I listen, I want to try to give the benefit of the doubt here and say that.
So I don't know if you know who this is. This is Jess Lane. She's she was a mainstream media reporter. She became an independent media reporter, and she interviewed Polyev during his campaign.
Okay, cool. We're having these conversations, whatever.
She's getting pretty big now.
The end of the day, bottom line, is that Canada cannot afford to support Ukraine anymore. We simply can't. Canada cannot afford to have even more bureaucracy than we already do. That's not a prosperous, thriving country in the slightest. Actually, the private sector is where things thrive, and then you get taxes from the private sector, right? And that helps your economy.
Yeah, you enjoyed it? That's good. Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow too. I just took Monday and Tuesday off instead of this weekend. Hell yeah. Have a good night. Talk to you later. Peace out.
And this came out from the Globe and Mail from a TD chief economist who says that Canada is entering a recession and will soon bleed another 100,000 jobs. This one is from Realtor.com. Buying a home in 1985 versus 2022. Baby boomers, you could make about 23 grand a year and you could buy a home at 83 grand. Millennials, you could make about $74,000 a year, and your home price is $468,000. That's the average. And the bottom line there is that the economy and wage growth has not adapted with the cost of living as it should. And I can't help but just think that all of these other G7 nations view Canada as kind of a loser, I guess, like to be saying, oh yeah, we're gonna help, we're the economic superpower, we're gonna build back stronger, all of these things, when the reality is that Canada has fallen so much and we are dead last in GDP per capita. We are dead last amongst the G7 and all of these things, with zero trajectory of increasing that and improving that anytime soon, because we do not have investment, because we have not unleashed our energy sector in the way that we should, because we are, as he said, we have everything to be an economic superpower. We just haven't done it. And do you want to know what would really help out Ukraine? That would also help out us, because we are in a very volatile situation, obviously, would probably be to unleash our resources, to fast track development of new ports, to fast track new pipelines so that we can expand our market and make some countries much less dependent on Russian oil. But we don't have that. Instead, we have this.
Asking the government to consider legislative amendments to include heavier fines imposed on firms that shift production.
So that audio is absolutely terrible, and I will not pain your ears with that. But essentially, Unifor, which is one of Canada's largest private sector unions, they have over 300,000 members. They have argued that offshore tactics undermine domestic employment and the national economy. And they're proposing that the federal government implement measures to discourage companies from moving manufacturing jobs abroad, emphasizing the need for policies that support domestic production and protect Canadian workers. More intensely than that, though, what their president, Lana Payne, is actually urging Prime Minister Mark Carney is to use the Foreign Extraterritorial Measures Act to penalize companies that shift production out of Canada to avoid tariffs. That act in particular allows a maximum penalty of $1.5 million for companies and $150,000 plus 5 years in prison for individuals who do this. I need to drink my coffee before I go off here. Let's first get one thing clear. Obviously, I agree that we should try to keep jobs in Canada, but my, oh my, dear Lana, it is so rich to hear this coming from the same crew that cheered on carbon taxes, that cheered on green mandates, that cheered on DEI practices, that cheered on...
See, this is what I'm talking about, huh?
green mandates that cheered on.
Manitoba's demand an anti-racist plan. So what they do for racial justice, dismantling systematic racism, truth and reconciliation, is they become racist to the people, to more people, instead of getting rid of the racism, the systematic racism.
DEI practices that cheered on endless red tape, endless bureaucracy, the exact same policies that made it so unbelievably unaffordable for companies to stay in Canada in the first place and encourage them to leave. And the hypocrisy here that Miss Lana and Unifor refuses to address so that they can appear as though they're really fighting for workers and they're doing a good job while actually doing nothing to help anybody whom they represent, is the fact that they are not actively advocating against taxing the life out of manufacturers, jacking up the cost of electricity, fuel, compliance, and payroll done by the provincial, municipal, and federal government.
Absolutely facts.
The fact that they are not advocating against letting foreign-owned megacorps buy up homegrown companies and move the jobs because those homegrown companies can't afford to thrive in Canada, so they just get swept up by somebody who can afford to buy them and make it as prosperous as it should have been in our own country, and then they act surprised when those jobs leave. This is not a manufacturing problem. This is a policy problem. This is a liberal policy problem.
Facts.
That Unifor has helped to sell Canadians as progress. And only now do they pretend to start noticing globalization. No, they
This one might
helped
be
to
useful.
build this exact end result. Everybody except for them could see this from a mile away. And now they want the government to, instead of, I don't know, scrap the carbon tax industrially, to fast track permits, lower the cost of doing business here, to stop caving to radical activists, anti-energy, anti-infrastructure. So for them to even have the audacity to call on the Carney government to punish people for trying to survive and thrive, punishing people for leaving because the country they are in is detrimental due to that policy that people such as Unifor were totally in support of, is unreal. This is damage control because you screwed up and you don't want to go and say, you know what, government, maybe you guys should actually do all those things the conservatives said, because that's probably what's actually going to help. And, I don't know, another 4 years of Carney liberals. It might not be that good for our economy. You just don't have the balls to say that, do you?
I think that what Mr. Carney is talking about is very much in terms of putting more money in people's
I'm gonna
pockets,
sleep again.
giving them more
Then I'm gonna
dollars
take a
to
break.
actually spend
I'll be right
and
back
actually
and
increasing
continue.
wages. That's what
I
we've seen in
think.
terms of the productivity gap between here and even in the United States for so long. Our wages are not increasing with the in any way in relation to how our housing prices have increased, and we have to bring that kind of back into some kind of a more equal balance. So yes, there are absolutely things that can be done, including like bringing down DCCs and things like that to bring down housing costs. There's ridiculous amount of overlap and duplication that Kate is right is going to require every single level of government. But I think that we actually want want people and young people to actually make more money so that they can afford it without them having to, in the end, then have to take care of the seniors who can't afford to live their lives if their equities.
That's a great endorsement for powerful paychecks, Michelle. That's like the exact philosophy that Pierre Poilievre talked about during the campaign, giving people more money in their pockets so that they can actually knock on that door.
What the Prime Minister is talking about. The Prime Minister is talking about getting people to increased incomes and to building more in terms of Canada.
Sure, and you can do both things.
I can't even begin to express how frustrating this whole conversation is, because at the end of the day, one of the biggest strains on our system when it comes to jobs, when it
We
comes
might have
to
to start
homes,
enchanting.
when it comes to the economy and our temporarily inflated GDP numbers thanks to mass
So much faster in light armor.
It's just that. It's mass immigration. That is one of the biggest challenges. We had a record number of construction workers in 2023, but the industry's output did not meet demand. Why is that? Well, because of the regulatory and financial.
All right, guys. We will continue this in, give me 5 to 8 minutes. I won't be very long. And I'll be back. I need to put up more clips that we can watch and I'll be right back. All right, be right back. And we're back.
Barriers. People want to build. People want to do things. They want to contribute.
Yep,
but when
100%.
you have high interest rates, when you have increased taxes and fees, when you have all sorts of different development charges that are added, it makes things such as new home construction not really that feasible.
If you start a business here in Canada, you got to pay, like a small business, you have to pay so many taxes and so much to the employees that it's not even worth doing. And then there's like a lot of issues with like making it incorporated, and then you have to like fight it in court, and the court system in Canada is like all tied up, and it's just a pain. And like my parents had businesses, and both of them had to give it up because it's just too much. So everything I agree with everything she's saying right now, like 100%, 200%.
Actually at all. And I want you to just really critically think about this. This isn't about race. This isn't about being hateful. This isn't about anything. This is just the numbers, the data, the facts, okay? Between January and March 2025, Canada processed over 28, nearly 29,000 asylum claimants through both the CBSA and IRCC. That amounts to over 320 people per day. While we're in the midst of this trade war, this tariff threat, this
320 people a day
that keeps just getting higher and higher, while we're in the midst of people not being able to own a home, to afford a home, to find somewhere
ridiculous
to rent, that is horrific. That is unreal, actually. In fact, currently, if this continues at least, Canada is on track to process more than 115,000 asylum seekers this year. That is a historic record, by the way, when we don't have the infrastructure or the jobs to support these people. It's harmful for your citizens, and it is harmful for the people of whom you are promising a better life. And here's another detail about that most people don't even consider or completely overlook. What about the therapy or the mental health?
Oh, he's pretty crazy.
You know, Canada wants to sit there and say, oh, we're so great. We're welcoming in all these people from these war-torn countries, these asylum claimants. We're giving them, you know, the Canadian dream. Does that come with mental health care, by the way? Because, you know, if you're a child from Gaza, let's say, who Canada has brought in, there's some in my own province, where is the mental health support from the amount of indoctrination, the horrific things that you have seen, and the unfathomable, actually, culture shock you're going to have? Where is that? Because as far as it looks from the outside, we have people protesting for Palestine on the streets. They've been there for well over a year now. The government hasn't done anything.
Yep, and it's horrible. They took over the parliament. They've firebombed the UN place where the UN people were meeting in Montreal. They've done giant marches in the streets where like the ambulance can't get past them, and there's like a little boy. Well, I don't know if it was a boy. It was a child in a ambulance, and they wouldn't let the ambulance pass, so the ambulance had to be rerouted. The police rerouted the ambulance, and supposedly it happened twice. And in like the same day, the same march. And it's just like, I can't think of any more off the top of my head, but there's a lot more. And there's a lot of it probably wasn't even like, you probably don't even see a lot of it because none of it makes it to the news, and the news is owned by the government, and the government doesn't want us to know about certain things, right?
Contrary to the trucker convoy, which, if you're going to set a standard, you better at least apply it to everybody, and surely you are not in this situation. You have people who have come to this country who hate us. They've been clear about that. They've chanted death to Canada. They are contributing to crime and violence. They are contributing to a lot of really awful things in this country, and they aren't in the slightest contributing to our economy. So you have liberal ministers, oh, we're going to get the best and brightest. No, you aren't. No, you aren't. Because there's hundreds of thousands of them on the street right now as I'm telling you this video. chanting for our demise. And so you don't want to give them proper supports for mental health. You don't want to give them proper supports in order to assimilate and understand our culture. You don't want to do any of those things, but you want to keep spending money to bring more people in, and you want to keep doing that while there isn't housing for them, when there isn't jobs for them. Everything about it is just such a terrible situation. And nobody's talking about that. Nobody. And you know what is the most bizarre thing too is
Pure Polyev is
so unbelievably smeared throughout the entire election campaign. The Liberals are talking about how terrible he is. Meanwhile, here he is, leader of the opposition, who has now announced that the Conservative Party is creating an economic growth council. Yep, where they are going to be identifying the root.
This is great. This is amazing. The Conservatives have a shadow government set up, and they're basically doing everything we need to do anyway. And then they provide it to the current government. The current government takes all the credit for it, probably, but... See, what did we just get here? Reflecting helmet. Resist magic. Sounds good to me.
Causes of Canada's economic stagnation and propose practical solutions to unleash the country's full economic potential and bring it back from its position as the economic laggard of the developed world. It would almost be as though the Liberal government should be doing something like this, but nope, they just want to keep spending our money and creating more chaos, because with chaos you have fear, and fear buys votes. Moving on to further our discussion about MAID in Canada. I was certainly not expecting to ever have a post of mine be featured on the Alex Jones show, InfoWars, but
nice.
Here we are.
Basically, this post
was
yesterday from Jasmine Lane, and it's a brochure from Canada.
Oh, Daedra bow.
For children with mental illness. She says, spotted in Manitoba, you have to be a special kind of demonic to advocate for MAID for young, vulnerable people and people who are suicidal. Imagine walking into a clinic for help and being told the world would be better off without you, that you should cave to the lies the devil on your shoulder is telling you, and it would be more affordable for Canada's healthcare system if you were gone.
Now, I was obviously not even remotely thinking that this post was going to go as viral as it did. However, it did, and I should have probably been a little bit more clear. Hindsight's 2020. This article is not advocating, or this brochure, sorry, is not advocating for MAID. It is actually an evangelical group who has laid out in a brochure all of the planned expansions. That's what I was commenting on. I wasn't saying that, you know, I found this in a hospital and they were proposing it and trying to encourage people to get it. That's not what this was about. And I probably should have prefaced that, but I was posting on the fly and I did not make that clear enough. But either way, every single thing inside of that brochure is 100% accurate of what the lobbyists,
whatever you say about like Alex Jones and InfoWars and like the things that happen, I mean, I don't think that he talked about it that much. Maybe he did, but I wasn't listening then. But he doesn't talk about it now, and he has to pay a bunch of money because of it. So I think that, and he's already apologized, and it's still going through in the court. So I think we should. I cut Alex slack. I really like Alex. I think he's a really smart person. And I think that he has a lot of really good things to say, and the world would be a worse place without him. In fact, I think he's like one of the more brilliant people of our time. And people should not just write him off because people, like the mainstream media tells you to. And just because one person has a bad idea about one thing doesn't mean they have a bad idea about everything. So yeah.
Advocates what everybody who is involved in MAID is actually trying to do here, which is where they want to expand it in 2027 to include mature minors, whatever that means, and to include people who are suffering from mental illness. Now, MAID is one of those things where if you go on their website, it doesn't sound as bad as it actually is, but there's been a lot of whistleblowers, there's been a lot of testimony, and there's been a lot of people who have gone undercover to show what is actually happening here. And I wanted to point you actually to my gal pal, Kelsey Sharon. She's been on Trigonometry talking about this. She's been on Jordan Peterson talking about this. I actually, funny enough, I was out for lunch with her the day that my friend who works in addictions had sent me this brochure photo.
A brochure in favor of MAID would look and sound exactly like this. And yeah, here's the from dyingwithdignity.ca. So this really is a pro-MAID organization, and they have a page on Dying with Dignity Canada called Mature Minors.
One of the biggest problems when it comes to Canada and this type of stuff is that...
So I should comment on MAID. I think MAID is horrible. I don't think we should be killing people. Period. I think we should, if there's something that's someone needs to die, it's that bad, then we should probably try to fix that problem instead. I think there's a lot to be said about life. Life is precious. We should protect it. I consider myself a Christian, even though I'm not a very good Christian. So MAID, I think we can do way better than MAID. I think we should, as a country, we need to do better than that. Much better. The people deserve it. A lot of these people are trying to they only want to die because their life sucks, and their life sucks because the government is making their life suck with all these stupid policies. And all these people, they're like poor and they're disabled, right? You gotta think about it like this. These people are disabled and stuff. They can't work. They're in pain all the time or whatever their issue is. And then they can barely afford food because they're on the government's payroll. And they can get the housing and the inflation and all that stuff is super high. And they take the easy way. Well, I don't want to say the easy way. So that's not a very easy way to go. Be honest with you, that's like, or an easy solution. That's like that's like the hardest solution or decision you could make probably. But I think you can fix almost any problem or make it better to the point where it's these people are comfortable and they don't have to live in poverty. Mirror shield, what the hell is that? Annealed cuirass, fortify health, resist magic, canopy helmet.
This brochure as an example, there are people who will write it off saying, oh, well, it's a Christian organization. And it's like, that actually doesn't matter because what they're saying in here is true. I don't care. You could be a Satanist for all I care. What matters here is right and wrong. This isn't about religion. This is about right and wrong. Is it right or wrong to allow mature minors, to allow vulnerable people dealing with mental illness, to allow people who are going through a rough patch in their life to even remotely come close to having access to a program like this? And if that's right to you, where does it stop? And so we need to get the religious aspect out of this. That may be very well your reason for being opposed to it in the first place, but we need to get that out because it pushes people away, unfortunately. It's not about right or left, it's about right or wrong. So my friend,
trying to get used to this game.
Hill. And I really, really want to urge you to read her Substack about this. I'll link it in the description as well, because she goes through this entire pamphlet. She goes through the people who are advocating for this. And again, this was supposed to be passed. It was given royal assent already. The reason why it wasn't because they're against mature minors or those who are mentally ill. It's because they wanted to make sure that the law was written in a better way to address those problems. So this is a very serious issue that does not have enough attention. Kelsey's write-up about it is impeccable, by the way, so definitely worth the read. And the most important thing is, oh, well, this isn't even law.
I have to write a comment to her.
The point, though, is that they want to make this law. It would have been had it not been pushed off already. And it's coming up again in 2027. So this is how democracy works. You find out things like this and you fight against them because they're horrible. So yes, keep using your voice because this is insane. This is absolutely insane. Anyway, that is it for me today. I will talk to you tomorrow. I'm Jasmine Lane. This is a
All right, guys. I think that might be our last video ever because I'm afraid I'm going to get copyright. But whoa, what's this? Okay, that's my creature. Let's just see something here. Hold on, let me fix this. I'm gonna write a little comment here first. InfoWars isn't as bad as people think. They've done a lot of good things. Harrison is a bit rough though. Alex is better. United Nations is getting involved with the made program. I think they are trying to see if it's ethical or something. I haven't looked into it much yet. Everything you said on the economy and starting small businesses is extremely accurate. Boom. All right.
over opinionated. Subscribe, follow, comment.
Now I'm just going to set something up for me now to listen to. Sadly, we can't do any more. The laws are different here in Canada. I need to get my hair cut. Everyone's talking about Trump talking about South African genocide. All right, let's talk about Oblivion. I think I'm getting a lot stronger now. Finally, I just need to enchant my gear. That's the word I'm looking for, enchant. This is going to be hard. Let's see what Spider Daedra can do. Oh yeah, that's way better. Oh my god, there's so many enemies. Are they going to attack each other, I wonder? Uh-oh. Need to buy a bunch of arrows. Whoa, he does so much damage. Ha. Beautiful. Where's all these guys? All right, let's go fix this ordinary. I think that's what we gotta do. Ooh. I've recovered all of the missing dwarven artifacts. I should take them to Bothile at the Arcane University at once, so she can repair the ordinary. And it crashed. What's going on with the crashes? It must be the mods I have. I think I'm going to turn this into a challenge run. World's slowest speed run. I think I could do it, but I'm not sure. I should try to do this. Very nice. The game runs so much better. Than when it first came out. I got some mods though. I got the ultimate engine tweaks and I got the frame generation mod. But that's only because I have a 30 series. Fire does like no damage to me. This is a little wild. Yeah, this Daedra is a game changer. Ooh, 5,000. Oh yeah, we're getting Daedric weapons now, boys. Let's go. This is awesome. I'm having so much fun playing this on Master. Oops. Okay, light armor is actually really good. If your speed's really high. Oh, is this the entrance? Oops. Oh yeah, look at this. Why is this worth so much? Chance to silence your opponents. Oh, grants a shield. Hmm. It's like, ooh, that's actually really good. I need reflect spell. I love this game so much. It's so good. Finally, I can, after all this time, I can actually kill things. I wonder what the last, like when I get to 100, what that summon's gonna be like. Can I make a potion that fortifies magicka for a long time? Nightshade. That's really good. Can I make it even better? Skill level's too low. How much magicka do I have? 190. This one I can't cast. $262? My God. Oh, she can paralyze. Whoa. Oh, I gotta get out of here. Sketchy as hell. Well, we survived. Whoa. Daedra gear. Game changer. $18. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, that's a big difference from what I was using. Oh, these are 2 each. Wow, this is such a hard decision. You know what? I'm gonna have to do this. I'm gonna have to walk back, guys. I'm sorry. It's so much money I can't drop out of it. Oh my god, what is that thing? I'm gonna have to drop some shit. Taking this one. Daedra Claymore. It's great. We're leveling up, baby. You know what we need to do? We need to start getting some of these souls. Hold on. Let's get 95% resist. I think I'm immune to fire. Oh, I do have it. Oh, it looks so cool in this game. Hold on a second. I gotta text something before I forget it. Oh god. I'm dead. Oh, I'm so dead. This is gonna be crazy, guys. Get you out of here. Restoration magic is so good. Oh. What is shooting at me? Need something faster. I can't take it out. Oh yeah, I'm a lot tankier now. It's nice. Got him. Nice. Get him, Storm Afternoon. Oh, God. Oh, we're in Jamora or Daedra? Remember? Daedra. Yeah, cool. Too many enemies. Superior soul trap. Sea walking, nice. We can do it, boys. We're almost there. Oh my god, there's two of them. And it's enchanted weapons. Try to capture a soul, so I'm gonna have to drink a potion here. No soul gem large enough. Retaliation of blood. Absorb health. Why is it worth like nothing? Retaliation of spirit. Dude, how'd he one-shot me? What a shitty summon, dude. Come on. Do something. I have to use the Daedra in here. Daedra. Dude, these guys are tough. Your weapon is broken. Nice. Oh, God. Oh, my God. This is insane. All right, we're gonna go right for the end here. Is this too many enemies? Actually, no. Let's fight it out. Oh my God, I should have put the light armor back on. So I can actually run around. Repair hammers last twice as long. Nice. Perfect timing. So I can do all these. It's a good inside. Walk right into that. Oh my god. I was doing so good. I was doing so good. That was going to be, and I ran, but I screwed it up. That's going to be so annoying. God, it's killed me 3 times now. I gotta play in third person. God, I'm so stupid, guys. Holy shit. Excuse me. We did it. Now this can go on your armor. Let's get out of here first. Well, that's one. Frost damage, water walking. Sigil bow. That's a strong bow. Cool. It still does no damage. Come on. How many charges does this thing have? Oh yeah, 3150. That's nice. Whoa, look at that. Arrow withering. Oh my god, I'm just gonna auto it. Too tired to do that right now. Alright, let's go back and sell some stuff. I want to get let's go to the university actually. We're gonna see if we can get wait, conjuration spells. Oblivion.
Ah, you must be the Arcane University's newest addition.
You have my ear, citizen. How about mixing up some potions? You look like quite the alchemist. You're in good company, friend. Welcome.
I'm looking for Center Vaxium or something. Mystic Arcos. Here it is.
Ooh, you smell of death. Been conjuring up.
You smell like death. From Conjuring.
It's my pleasure. Goodbye. It's my pleasure. Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in?
Whoa. 75% chameleon. Let's make him like me first.
For me,
Oh, he likes me already.
interest you in some of my fine wares. Come back and see me. Bye.
Yeah, let's see. What can I put on here?
Fellow Magister, may I speak with you?
I guess that depends on how much of my precious time you need.
Do you remember that matter you asked me to look into? New information. In short,
Let's see what they look like. Amazing.
It's as I suspected after all. But I wonder, the destruction discipline as well, or merely conjuration?
Oh yeah, that's cool. Awesome.
and what is spellmaking?
I commend you on your diligence, Majesty. I'll be sure to bring you
The fellow Magister, may I speak?
Oh yeah, that's like a dragon lord. Lich.
Well, you recall my hypothesis? The one I mentioned the other day? I'll have you know, I was...
What? Oh, surely you're joking. Are you sure? I mean,
you do realize this raises...
All right, guys. I think that's it for me for today. We'll pick it up again tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to leave a like, share, subscribe, and follow. And I'll see you guys next time. Peace.